It's actually both, right? So it's a regenerative receiver. So, well, but even these are fairly big things because the battery required to also work on there are two batteries for the heater, heater. So it becomes very, bulky. The battery itself was bulky, etc., etc. Now, this is what an HF Champions station looks like. Okay, so DR5X has been consistently winning CW as well as SSB contests for a long time. And see all the stuff there. So there's a radio. And then he has a logging software. And he has an MFJ, it's a gear in which you can press a button and that. Right? And Wes Hayward, the guy who's written, and he wanted to take a radio up there. And one of the first radios, because it's really small. You see, that's a micro mountain here. There's a smaller one. Which converts the RF into audio and then audio amplifier. Very, very 970 vintage. So, okay. But essentially, our portable operations have remained just that. But what's an ideal portable rig? Okay. For me, it has to be self-built. It may not be so for you. That's fine. Okay. It has to be small, all-in-one radio. That is, everything put together should be less than 1 kilo. Then, you can't carry it everywhere with you. You'll have to especially take a bag or a suitcase or something like that. Especially carrying it up the hill is because it's like climbing 10 stories consistently all the time. Tired very easily, even if there is 1 kg more. And this is a weird requirement of portable operations because what happens is in portable or a dipole, etc., you are working with very bad. If you just use 1 watt, half a watt, etc. From US, I managed to do Australia and all that. I have not managed to do Australia half a watt. So you require that. Okay. Then it has to be noiseless without relays. Because what happens is that that clicking sound, especially when it comes, so tired with that. The other thing is that SSB will not work in portable operation. Because what happens is, it's like this. So it is 10 watts peak envelope power, PEP it's or 10 watt radio is just 2 watts of average power. It only hits a peak of, so if it's 2, The bandwidth has to be narrow so that noise is cut out. And you know what happens often is, it's like this audio feedback comes at times, that's called ringing. So you have a ringing when you narrow the filters. So the filter has to be good enough that it does not have that. Now, you may actually put a small radio. It's a very small radio, but you require a writing pad, you require pen, paper. Now, finally, okay, how many of you have attempted? Or even with paddle. But if I'm standing, it's very difficult to send CW. You know, if you hold a, they are pre-formatted messages in which you are called and you are able to send those messages. About 10 messages must be picked off. Now, FT8. FT8 is one mode for which you don't require an antenna tuner, you don't require whatever you do, it gets through. It's an amazing mode. So, the day is gone, you come back. But FT8, you can do DX. Very easy. Okay. Then you require. Now, CW decoding has. That is because until now, everybody would send by hand and they would send bad. Or a CW keyboard, etc. So the sending has become perfect. As a result, our ability to decode is spotting. So suppose you give your signal out. Let's say so that's required. Okay. High performance. So I attended one multi-op field day which was organized by Lark. I don't know who organized it. Lark people I remember. Because there are 100-watt radios operating within 2 meters of each other. For example, I had gone once to SIMINAR and we found a good place and I put up the antennas, but there was a 220. Finally, battery life. But battery life I'll come to now. If you actually go back to Wes's thing, all he could afford to carry at that time were AA. And he told me something very weird, that the regular AA cells, that is alkaline cells, the nickel cadmium batteries can be recharged, but when you press the key down, thanks to LiPo batteries now, by switching on current should be 50 milliamperes. Now you can, because that much power is there. I mean, see the drones take amperes of power, right? So, okay, so this is what the ZPTX looks like. Okay, it's small. So that's the size of the entire ZPTX. It's a full functional software-defined radio. It does FT8, it does CW, it does SSB, now also does AM, okay, up to 20 watts, and it's very compact, right? I can my hand. I'll later show you how you can even put it in your pocket. So this is a prototype, and I've actually put it in plexiglass. So we will put it up at the last stall where you can come and take a look at it and see how it's built. But I'll discuss some aspects of the design. So one is got an only OLED screen. How do you do FT8 on this, or CW, or even logging? You can't do it. So what you have to do is, it's used with a phone, and you know, usually with phones you have to install an and there is a web server built into this called sbtex.local. So on the web browser, you basically say sbtex.local and this opens up. Just got a browser like Chrome or Safari or Edge, Microsoft Edge, and just type this and you can use it from the your iPad, tablet, PC, anything. So what I do is I basically put this as a hotspot, and that is configured that. So it's based on Raspberry Pi Zero. So Raspberry Pi Zero is for those who know what that is. Now here I'm just going to talk about something very different. Amar, can you just stop that? I'm getting disturbed. Okay, please don't. Now, if you see here, on the left is a very famous Sherwood's, listing of world's best performing radios. Okay, Sherwood Engineering, SherwoodENG.com is the website, and as you can see, the top one is FTDX 101, followed by Flex Radio 67000, followed by FTDX 10, then FT710, all the way down, and then from KPS. S890S. Now here, these are the best performing radios as of 3 months ago. Okay. Now, weird thing is, many of these radios are not anymore at all. Commercially, they were failures. So it's like saying, the fastest going car. Comfortable to sit in, etc., etc. The other things apart from that. Now, so here from eham.net, I got this list of largest reviewed is also here, and K3 has gone out of production. Now K4 is there, right? So it basically says that figures are not all. It's like saying I need a car has got 4 wheels. So I'll say no, I've made a car with 5 wheels. You buy it. You will not buy it, right? Why will you buy it? 4 wheels are enough. Move on. The basics of the car are sorted out. Then you will say that okay, is it comfortable? How is the stereo in that? All other things. Does it have an Android app to do? You look at for a car, right? You don't always look at the seat. So, how good is good enough is a question. And this is again coming from Sherwood. He said that we don't have to bother with how good the radios are anymore. They are better than what we need in any case. So, but there are different challenges for building radios now and for even buying radios. One of it is this. Now, if you look at CW, earlier CW 700 all the way to 7040. Okay, 40 kilohertz is there. Everybody is all spread out. So if you are on the CW net at 7015, okay, and somebody else is calling CW, bandwidth had to be able to take all that stuff out, keep those signals out, and focus on this. Now, your narrow dynamic range, that is your ability to handle strong and weak signals together, all which is a very important thing, which is why now what needs improvement is the transmit side, because all people who work with waterfalls on the radios will know that when someone is speaking, lower sideband are not adjusted properly, they are not even built with any effort made at making your transmitters better. So even if you have made your receiver better, and you are still able to hear the signal when you've tuned off, it is not because your receiver. Okay, now this is what. So you first have your IC7300. Good enough. Alright. Now that mode, everything is controlled by your whatever FL rig, whatever stuff, right? Then you have a logging software. The logging software has to go back to log of the word, this, that, etc. Then you have to go to one. Then you don't have to take. I mean, this is the radio station is earlier. You just had one radio, you had a notebook, and you are done. But now these things have improved. On IC7300, you have to buy this stuff, right? Which costs about $200. Your FT8, the software, there's a remote software. Yeah, they're selling. I think it's called RA01 or something. Right? That. Then to decode, you require. Then you have to have M1mm logger. Okay, and then for some other modes, you also have to have a require this signal link, you require a keyer, and then you require a PC. So these are. Okay, look at Dave's face. Okay, look at his face. It's very tough. Okay, especially this WinLink. This WinLink software. Now, WinLink software. Messy. Okay, we need to get this out. How to use IC7300? So, and that's supposed to be a crash course. Now, that's the software part of it. Look at the hardware part of it. Okay. 817. A lot of you must have already seen this radio. It works everything from 70 centimeters to 160 meters. It's an amazing radio. It's still available. Okay. I use it all the time, even on my test bench, to see the quality of something. Narrow band, good old analog radio. But this is one part of its schematic. It is very, very complicated, as you can see. And this is only 1/3 of it. There are 3 more. Right? And this is there because for FM you require something else, for CW you require medium waves like 160 meters you require something else. So different frequencies, different bands, different bandwidths. So they have one filter for CW, one filter for SSB, one for AM. You can see so many of these details there. Just to know this. Okay. But what if we simplify this down? Now, if you compare that,
light stand.
now compare that to this circuit. Okay, it is about almost 1/20th, probably 1/50th the size of that circuit that you saw, because as I said that there are 3 such pages. Here's just one page. It's a circuit that is 30 megahertz. From here, this is the mixer, and this is your SI5351. Okay, that gives you 40 megahertz. 40 megahertz, only one filter. Okay, which is very wide actually. It's 25 kilohertz wide filter. This converts it into audio frequencies. Now, having made it so small, okay, so the thing is, all old transistors that we use, like 18866, are no longer available. But there's a new transistor called BFU59 transistor. It costs about $50. Sorry, 50 rupees each. But you can get half all the way to 2 gigahertz, which essentially means you can get 200 also possible. Huh? You can do anything. Okay. No, sir. Are you good to for 50? I got used almost hundreds of them.
Last month I got one 80.
Because of everything else, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
At present you are talking on the 80.
Yeah. And the thing is, it's a large transistor. It's not small. Meaning it's not very large, but it's enough to be able to hand shoulder. Huh? Yeah. This is a key problem. I discovered it later on. You can't give it more than 9 volts. Then it will blow. What it looks like, but this is very small actually. If you see, that's a BNC connector. The same circuit that I showed you earlier is now implemented like this. So it's looking messy. It looks messy, but you know, it's inside the small. It's about 2.5 inches by 2.5 inches.
Are we going to have this?
Come with that also, alright. So this is the exciter part, and this is the power amplifier, right? Now, these are the low pass filters. Have this clanging sound all the time, right? They're using power rectifiers. You can switch the filters without using the relays, which means it's completely one. Second thing is, relays take a lot of and the thing is this, I used to think that you require RF diodes to switch the filters, it's the other way around. The diode should not switch off on the lower when the thing goes up and down, right? It has to remain on. So you have to use a diode which does not switch off and then the path remains on. Right? And if you see here, even the this is the power amplifier, but the receive line is this. So we have used switches even here. Power meter there. So this is the power amplifier part of it. Okay. Huh?
If you are asking about the
That's there in SPX standard, right? So this, there's a vestibular meter here. I see that to and this is the power chain. 590 if you can see, I'm using 2 but when I replace a GF 590 that's what you will see here. This is the digital part of it, and actually it's simple. Although it looks complicated, this is a Raspberry Pi. Okay, meaning which will convert analog signals to digital, digital signals to analog. It's basically a sound card. Okay, that's all there is to it. There's a mic coming in here, which goes in there. This is a stereo IC. Okay, and what we have done here is we have used right and left channel. The right channel, both output and input are used for transfer. So the mic is connected to the right input, output to drive the transmitter. The left input comes from the receiver part of it and goes out to the speaker. The two channels are used separately. Now, why Raspberry Pi and not Arduino? So actually I made a comparison. There would be 4 A3 cargo. That's the carrying capacity and the difference in the speeds. Can do what the micro SDX can do. Micro SDX. So that's the difference. And you see this fellow here, SD card. That is what does all filtering, FTA, logging. It just everything is reduced to a small SD card. Raspberry Pi, the right channel takes mic in and out, and the left channel takes RF in and audio out. And this entire portion, receive it comes from here, low pass filter out. That's why it's called a bidirectional transceiver. This pass. Okay. Now here is the thing that we all grapple with. This is some of the software inside the radio, some of the software outside the radio. Okay. So first you have the hardware itself. You have the IC7300, right? There's no filtering at all. Okay. So that is there. It has a now this feeds to an FPGA, not an ordinary chip. Okay. Then it has got a 32-bit ARM embedded controller. Now up in here, all this is closed source. Then on top of this, yeah. Now, on the other hand, if you look at what this is based on Lonoise PCXO
should live was should live was
and 24-bit ADC. A 64-bit Raspberry Pi on it, and this then it's based on standard SDRs. Now this is the world's most competent and best minds to tap into and use their source code. So that software is there. Now all this is actually controlled through text. Internal to the other thing which uses these. Then the final user interface is actually over video. Then there is logging, scripting, spotting. Side this itself. You don't have to, Charu is here, he will test. And there's also some breadboard if you can see here. And now, next is huh? But this That's it, right? And the lipo. Now I'm still wondering this, and I need your. Or I can put it to a side like that. No, don't take a. I'll actually get this because it may change. I don't want people's. Yeah. The, the radio is actually small. Huh?
Wisdom side of self.
Yeah. Works on 9 volts.
What is the condition?
It's IRFZ24. IRFZ24. By the time you get to 10, it's only 5 watts, which is fine. So anyhow, that's for ZBTEX. I think we have. Of course, SSB, AM. The professionals call it ook. I don't know. Yeah.
By texting or by
Every way. Texting.
macro.
How do you send it? One is macros. Second thing.
Yes, sir. Actually, sir.
Time. So
అయిపోగానే పంపిస్తారు సార్
about the keyboard here. Cell phone batteries, for example, right? Or even if you want to use it regularly, size lipo battery, 18. bulky. Okay, look at my power supply. Yeah, mobile. So it's actually very small. Everything is very small. So it's best to operate this on battery or use a regular power supply.
Get this charge.
Yeah.
Remove it, never.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, thank you all. Enjoy the session. Thank you.
Us through and finish in time. And we'll have some time for.
In order to do so, what we have to do is we have to produce cost-effective, sustainable, modern, and reproducible open source projects. So this is the sneak peek of my talk today. First, I'll introduce I'll introduce the first project, which is building a custom LO at a very cheap cost. Then I'll start talking about different kind of beacons: 10 milliwatt beacon, 250 milliwatt beacon, and 10 watt beacons. All of that, and then we'll also build some receivers and transceivers at a very low cost again. So these are the crystals 7040. These crystals might be familiar to CW users here, right? Are you tired of sourcing them? Like when I try to buy some of the custom crystals, they are really hard to procure. You have to buy it from some foreign countries for like expensive shipping and with custom duties and all of that. So all of these custom crystals can essentially be replaced by this Pico. The Pico work was done by Roman R2BDY. What we can do is on this MCU board, you can put Roman's code and it will give you custom frequencies up to millihertz resolution. So 7040 not a problem. Any different band up to 30 megahertz not a problem at all. So by doing so, we have solved the custom quads problem. This link may not be visible at the back, but you can go to my GitHub and you can download this code from there, run it on your Pico, and it should be all be working. So how good is this, right? Is it very noisy? Does it work as good as the custom, like the quartz crystals? So I ran an experiment. I combined this with my CT2003, which is again a very cost-effective, low-cost receiver, and I did an experiment. I put this on air.
myself and Amarendra used to be like friends of the same age. We sleep with our last call. And morning also, our wake up call will be that only. It's a nice experience for me, for my age, when compared to AAPs. Really, it's a very good experience for me. I really enjoy this home brewing. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Susi. And I'll give the microphone to GRM. GRM started transmitting when the satellite launched in 2018 and 2019. They launched, and 2020 GRM joined with us. So I request him to explain his experience.
Yeah, thank you, Saurav. Very good morning to everybody. My name is Ram, and the conference view GRS location Bangalore. Well, 2019 when I started, I did not have a power amp or anything. I just had a DX petrol. And the DX petrol, I was with about 80 milliwatts. I was able to transmit. And at that time, we used Echo India. He was from Trivandrum. He started to monitor. And he said, Ram, I not only hear you, but I also hear somebody calling you. So that time he didn't have a setup, and that's when things just started that time. So I was very thrilled about it and started to continue with them. And later on, I did burn the front end of the DX petrol many times by giving it high power. Saurav came to my rescue on repairing it at least about 2-3 occasions, and that went on. Okay, and later on what happened, now one thing is, the Q100 gives you a platform where you can experiment with RF. You don't have fading, and you don't have QRM, and it's available 24 hours. Now, if you take the HF and other things, you can't operate it whenever you like, or you have to look for a different band. You'll be disappointed many a times because you're not having propagation in that direction. Okay. So with that, actually Q100, we should thank the Qatar Amateur Radio Club because they've given us such a beautiful repeater where you can work 1/3 of the load very comfortably. And in that process, you meet a lot of hands who are like-minded. So I came across a lot of interesting guys who've been monitoring the Apollo first mission when they landed. They were tracking those signals and their experiences on that, and it's marvelous. Especially the Germans and other European guys, they are very, very meticulous about things. Whatever they do, they experiment and find out, they put it in the QRZ page. So, I always use a logging software. The moment I put a person's call sign there, I will know how many times I've spoken to him. Another window will display his station, and then you scroll through the station and pick a chat from there, like what you are up to, what he is up to, exchange notes with them, and they pleasantly help you out very often. Every time they help you out very good. So this is an opportunity for you to meet up with like-minded people and exchange your views, hear from them, improve upon yourself. So Q100, anytime you switch on, it is there. You need very low powers to operate. I have not ventured into the DATV and other things because they are very high power. And after that, what happened? Okay, my radio presently, I was using a SDR, 9 mini SDR. And after doing the process of experimenting, that went QRT. Then now I'm using a 9 mini, Adlam Pluto Plus SDR. Now this is very simple. You don't need a separate radio for it. This has got both a transmitter and a receiver both built into it. And you use something called SDR console software. Also with that software you can control the up and down frequencies. And they have a GPS signal which is there, comes from the satellite, with which you lock onto it and you can ensure your business. So the Q100 has two or 3 markers in it to tell you when you're transferring outside the band or within the band, within the spectrum. And Q100 is very interesting because there are 3 beacons on that. One is the lower beacon, upper beacon, and the middle beacon. And the middle beacon, with some software, you'll be able to download the health of the satellite, the battery voltage, the temperature, and all other details you can infer from that. Now, on the Q100, on the upper band, there is another station which transmits continuously with RF signal, with which you can use something called HS modem software. With this HS modem software, you can send pictures across in very few time, less than a minute or so. You can send still pictures and other things. You can decode pictures from there, and it's very interesting. A lot of new things are also coming up in that spectrum of this thing, Q100. It's very interesting for people to venture into it and understand things there. So that's my experience on it, and I would request more people to start using it because it's free of charge and you can do further. So thank you, sir, for giving the chance.
Yeah, thank you, Ram. Next, we have to Delta Papa November. He started using the 200 from 2021. From that time, he is on band, and I wanted to share his experience and the suggestions for the users.
Yeah, good morning to all. I started using the QO operation from 2021 with the servo subconverter and is the linear amplifier for the QO100. I'm using an RTL downlink for the receiving. So that was the setup when I was for my office work. I was done in OT. So we made a 90 centimeter dish. I was working from that. So once later on I moved to Chennai. So right now I have 120 centimeter dish with the same setup. In QO100, we have a QO100 EX club. There is a club. They have a special page where you can log all your contacts and other things. They have a different awards also for 50 contacts, 100, 150 and 175 maximum. Right now I worked about 149 DXCC countries on that. And people on the QO100 satellite are very generous and very helpful when we want to work for different countries. And also in this we have working on the grids also. Grids with the different grids they are used to operate on the mobile also, mobile and portable operations. Sometimes maritime mobile, there is a ship which goes from here to Antarctica, so they used to operate on the maritime mobile. So there are a lot of scopes on the operations. Compared to HF, this is more convenient, more easy to operate and get more DXCC very easily on this. Thank you all.
Thank you, Deepan. And we have the KDS Kumar is the QRP operator from the beginning till today. He has all the things, but still in the QRP. Every day morning, Kumar is the first station I am hearing on the Q100. It is routine. And there is a net on the Q100 every day, 7:15 to 7:30. Before it is 7 to 7:30. There is not much users, so I reduced the time and 7:15 to 7:30. Every day I receive the first call from Kumar only. So please share your experience, and you are the motivator.
Thank you, sir. This is V to KDS, and my name is Kumar. I also started in 2021, and with basic equipment, and with home brews or Lamakaan equipment, and so cheap and cost effective also. And though QRP, I have already completed around 67 countries, and I have got bronze award from DXCC. And the basic requirement is we need a QRP transmitter which can give you 2 to 5 watt, that is enough. And we need a up converter, and further we need a amplifier. This up converter takes you to 2.4 gigahertz, and from 2.4 gigahertz amplification, 2.4 gigahertz amplification, we need an amplifier. And both are built by Lamakaan. I am using those two. And though I am giving I'm putting up a signal of 5657, and that's good enough to be in the air with Q100. And so there are some drawbacks from my end, being in the ground floor and my antenna is in the 5th floor top. So long cables are there. And the setup, if I keep it in the shack, the signals will loss will be there, and I could not make it. And I cannot keep the equipment in the rooftop. These are the difficulties I am facing. I think I can overcome them. And this Lamakaan upconverter gives us a possibility of going in 4 bands. We can use 10 meter or 2 meter or 70 centimeters or 6 meters. In all 4 bands, there should be this arm should be linear. Means SSB should be there. 2 meter SSB or 70 centimeters SSB or 50 meter, 6 meter SSB. Then the DX, the other modes are there already. DX petrol is there, advanced Pluto is there, and so many equipments are there, and they are all indigenous, we can say, because our Sarasar is doing it, and Open XTO is also doing this equipment. It all depends on your choice and your design. With simple equipment we can do. Now I am using a 90 centimeter dish, and the antennas are also, there are 2 types. One is a potty antenna, and the another is a helical antenna. And so costs are there, and I home brewed my own helical antenna, which cost me around 200 rupees or 300 rupees at the most. And I am using it in a simple way. It can improve the setup and all. All I have already published in last year KSB. You can go through that for the simple guidance and all. When we first align the antenna, there is no need of any what we call receiving setup. So we can go through the WebSDR. So the difficulty is the LMBs we get, the local LMBs, they all tend to drift, because they drastically drift as the temperature rises. So what I did is, I am using, of course I am having that setup with the normal LNB, the Tata Sky LNB I am using, to be frank, and with RTL SDR and SDR console I am receiving that. But if you monitor in WebSDR, it is quite stable, and you will also come to know where you are exactly. And dish element is with difficult job for few hours, we can say within 1 hour, 2 hours, you can set it up. And if you get it through, then you can start monitoring in WebSDR, then you will come to know. This is all my basic setup, and I am already through with this. I hope I will improve in future. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you, Kumar. So, the Q100 legends are already explained many way to connect the Q100. Yeah, go ahead, Amar.
While developing the Q100 setup at Hyderabad, Lamakaan, it is a great pride for us. We are looking back, we are surprising. We made this microwave system with our own hands, developed it here in Hyderabad, and it's being used. It is very simple to use it also. See, all the credit goes to Shashi only, 100%, 99.9% credit to him only. Because they learned how to make PCB design. A software freely available, ECED software available in the net. Before that he was not knowing, he was not having any experience in designing the PCBs. But my experience is he was drawing the PCB and I was guiding him to place the components because that is the microwave design. It has to be very close to each other and it should not give problem. And then at every stage you have to analyze and do the track. It's a track width, PCB thickness, and everything is very important in that. So we were doing everything, and then last 3 years we came a long way. If I look back, I'm really surprised. We did this microwave thing. There is an expert called Mr. Arun. Now he's in USA. He's a guru of our Farhan. We used to Oscar Zulu. He was also a microwave man. He was really surprising, shocked to see that we made majority of the components are from Hyderabad local market only, and the systems are working. Very easily it is working. And then with the simplest setup and the low cost setup and a very stable and efficient setup when compared to the European systems like DX Patrol and all. Nowhere less than that. The stability, I am using earlier version, you were using a 25 megahertz TCXO, and after that we changed into oven control crystal oscillator OCXO, 10 megahertz OCXO. My experience is it drifted or shifted the frequency by 110 cycles, 110 cycles over a period of 1 year and 10 months. 1 year and 10 months, that is over a period of 22 months daily operation, it shifted by 110 cycles only. So you can imagine the stability of the system and it's continuously working. The beauty of this satellite, because it's a geostationary satellite, see these are, maybe some of your people who are regular on HF, kindly raise your hands. Regular on HF operations. See, these guys, those who are operating on HF, daily morning while getting, they have to, they wanted to go on some band for DX purpose. They cannot take it granted or guarantee that that particular band will open when the season of the year, time of the day, and so many parameters are dependent on that. The temperatures outside and then atmospheric conditions and all. And then so many parameters. But here Q100, this is a geostationary satellite. You have to take your time to first set your antenna pointing towards the satellite properly and set from the best signal. That's it. 24/7, 365 days, you are fine and beginning fine and plus means you are always fine and plus. Whatever the stations coming through that is always fine and plus or 5.9 minimum, 5.9, 5.8, something like that. Except he is Odman Kumar, we do KDS, he is also using the low power system. Of course, it's a low power system. Purely 100% made in Hyderabad only. Q100 up converter, Q100 power amplifier, maybe 2 to 3 watts power amplifier. That is, actually we say it's a peak 4 or 5 watts, but average it's 2 to 3 watts. And BATX radio, the simplest form of setup. We are expecting that should not be very expensive, and the people are there using for stability purpose or any other convenience software. Those who love to operate through the software, like DX Patrol or Analog Pluto. Analog Pluto being not only it's a generator of that frequency, also it's an analyzer, also it's a test equipment also. That is why that is expensive. Whereas in Q100 Lamakaan equipment, we made it focus only on the operations of the narrow band transponder of Q100. So that way it came very economically. You can comfortably operate FT8, you can comfortably operate SSB and CW and all these boards on that. And the downlink, even your mobile phones are having a web SDR in Italy, and in UK there are 2 web SDRs are there connected to the Q100 downlink system. You can comfortably, even in this moment also, you can simply go to Q100 web SDR in Google and then you open it, it will give you the comfortable reception down into your mobile. So that is that you don't have to spend even 1 rupee also in the downlink purpose. Only the uplink system is there. Of course, you can understand basically I am talking about majority of my speech is around narrowband transponder of Q100, that is for SSB and CW and FT8 operations. So that can be done. See, we occasionally myself and Sheshi, we discuss about the myths and facts about Q100. There are so many myths about Q100 saying it leads bigger systems and then you should have something like a NASA Space Center system to operate your Q100 at your home and all. No. A very simple system like large up converter, large PA and a large any PATX radio or any similar 10 MHz, 28 MHz radio, HF radio is sufficient for you to operate on a regular basis. And 90 centimeter dish, of course 60 centimeter dishes are available in any local market. That is not sufficient to get better report, but you should have minimum 90 centimeter dish. and a 40 antenna or a 3.5 or a 4.5 ton helical antenna that can be done here by yourself. You can maybe 2-3 hours if you sit properly, you can make your antenna, and then some short cables and all. There is a system installed there. Anyone want to see, you can have visiting there on the other side of the ground. There are two systems, and a narrowband system has been installed, and a DATV wideband system is also installed there. You can go and have a look there. If anyone doubts or any ideas to share, can be shared here. Or any doubts you want to know, you can kindly ask us there, and itself you will immediately answer those queries. So this is the very reliable, highly reliable communication system. Even for the beauty of it, if you can establish the system in the shortest possible time, in the time of natural calamities, this is the 100% reliable system. Natural calamities also, this Q100 system is a 100% reliable system. Touching the aspects, one of the roles of amateur radio known to the public, people are there can be done for the natural calamity systems also. This is a for the operations also. But technically you want to learn because one-third, that is very easy. Regularly, if you work in that question.
The two kings are here. One is Sasi and Amarendra. They did a very great job and given very smaller and affordable, comfortable converter. This is a basic converter, but it is doing very great. We required a 2.4 gigahertz uplink. We don't have any other gadgets ready to transmit our converter. This is a basic. The radio can transmit any band. If it is in 433 like that. So the upconverter is switchable and you can use it for upconverting your basic radio from the 2.4 GHz. That is the basic on it. So this will work for CW and SSTV, also in the SSTV. So up to your knowledge. So it is developed by Lamakaan. It is available here if you require anyone. And the development still going on. So anything, any doubts, if you have, just let me know. We all are here to explain you. Anyone has any doubts? Yeah, please take.
Now is his doubts. You have to. It's okay, I don't understand.
Sorry. I come.
Introduce yourself.
Yeah. I'm new to NJS. My hand is Saki. But I also have to tell you, I'm 30 years away from ham radio that I did before. There are certain basic questions which I would like to know about QO100 itself. I don't know if it's not really connected with ham radio because I'm used to satellites where we used to calculate windows. They are not geostationary satellites. in the past when I knew. And we have to calculate actually the window where you can communicate and where you want to reach and other things. I'm new to geostationary satellite. My question, one of the ones that I have to answer is, you just answered me. I want to know the window, how this particular satellite covers. It won't be from Brazil to Indonesia, it covers. That much I understand. He was talking about this gadget, but our HFs are 7 megahertz and 14 megahertz. Do we need something in between if we want to use HF over this one?
I can expect
something else. So that was one thing. And with HF antenna, I haven't actually gone and seen the one that you were talking about. So there is another satellite dish you have to install it if you want to communicate with Q100, not with HF antennas.
all your questions are answered because your 28 megahertz signal or anything HF signal will be converted to 2.4 gigahertz. So you are not transmitting it to 28 or you are not transmitting in HF.
So is that something the satellite does or we have to do it? We need to transmit that. That's
You
what I
have to
want.
convert the signal into 2.4 and send it to the satellite.
Okay.
Satellite takes only 2.4, not your HF.
Okay.
HF is only to drive the signal.
Okay, so we have components in between. But he said start at
28
only
megahertz
22.
signal. 28 or 50 or 145 or 425. See, these jumpers are there.
Okay.
By setting the jumpers and pull the power and reboot the power, within spontaneous, within 1 second it goes to the particular bed. So you suppose you are saying 28 megahertz or your regular HF radio, hardly it requires a power from 3 to 5 watts. If you give that one here, this side you get 2.4 out, the same mode what you are speaking.
But you have asked this to the output of the HF that we have existing HF.
No. Yes. Output of HF goes into the input of this thing,
Okay.
and you get 2.4 out. This 2.4 out goes because this power of this thing is only some 30 to 40 milliwatts. Okay, this goes to an amplifier. That amplifier goes to an antenna and a round dish and all pointed to the satellite. That's it. Whatever you are
So
speaking.
from here it's a totally different setup.
See, whatever you are speaking in your HF radio, forget you are speaking, you are having all this setup. Think that you are speaking in your HF radio only. So what are that 500 kilohertz bandwidth there? So starting from lower end to the upper end of that particular transponder, correspondingly you get the same 500 kilohertz here. So that you get the signal in a different path.
That much I understood your opinion now that you're talking about. My question is, if we have a HF equipment, is it always connected to Q100 setup? Or how do you switch if you want to switch a HF antenna or just a mechanical switch?
Change your switch, input there, Y junction. Then input from HF radio. Two ports are there, one goes to Q1. I'm using the same thing. The HF antenna. The moment you want to go to the HF antenna, you change the thing and then go to the.
Thank you. I got the basics for now. Thank you.
Anyone? Yeah, money.
Good morning, everyone. Could you just tell me what is the power of?
RF power you are talking?
No. Output of the operator.
See, you are asking me the RF power of this thing? At 2.4 gigahertz, this particular unit may give both input and output. Input is around 3 to 5 watts or 2 to 5 watts requires HF signal. I mean, HF means 28 or 50 or 145 or 435, your choice. If you give that thing, the output will be maybe around 30 to 50 milliwatts, varying depending on the voltage conditions and all. So that's it. Then it goes to an amplifier which gives around 2 to 3 watts or 5 watts. That goes to an antenna and your dish. See, the design we spent on this and continuous improvement is going on. We made the first version in 2020. Our last 3 at the time of last 7. We have a story for each and every component on this board. We have each and every component. You wake me up at midnight, I will tell you a story of each component of the particular component on this board. Because why it is used, what is the reason for that value? Whether it's a resistor or a capacitor or something else. We have done that much of R&D on this particular project in the last 3.5 years, or the 4th year almost coming closer to it. It is successfully working, and first time it worked and continuously working. reputation, the same circuit, same PCB design, same we manufacture as many number of pieces as possible. All of them are giving the same performance, working out comfortably. And along with this PA also, power amplifier also, that's also equivalent to PA. Of course, there are so many PAs on the GSM or OBS is giving that discarded from telecommunications like Jio and other things and all of their companies, telco companies are discarded. The 1900 megahertz amplifiers and all are modified to 2400. They are also working fine. But as a set for this thing, we developed a class is a small power amplifier, a power up converter and PA and your PA TX radio is my favorite combination. The same thing being used by Kumar, and of course sometimes I am also using the same thing. In spite of my lot of ICOM equipment of my own, I love to use the complete setup made here because it was made with our own hands and very successfully and very robust way of operation it is going. That's why even Brigadier Rajaram in Chennai is also another person using that and some people are there still using them in different ways.
Yeah, thank you, Abdul. So, anyone has? Yeah, okay. So, thank you.
Swati had another question of the timing, calculation of the availability and other things. Whereas this is 24 bar 7. We don't have to wait for the parts to come in. Don't give us LOS. This is 24 bar 7 for you. Whenever you feel good, you will go and operate.
Amar, 30 years back, were there
Yes, you are talking about lower orbit satellites. See, their bird is flying here.
Now
You can see the view of this hollow. The bird is flying at 100 feet. It's a different eye view for the bird. If it is flying at 500 feet, it's a little different. See, this is 35,000 kilometers.
Okay.
35,786 kilometers or something is the altitude of the geostationary satellite watching 1/3 of the globe at the same time. But whereas the LEO satellites, they are around 450 kilometers, 500 kilometers. They just come and go like a span. So you have to calculate the windows, etc., etc.
When was this QO100 set up? When was the QO100 put in?
Launched in 2019.
How much?
2019.
Yeah, thank you, Aman. Yeah, now we are going to complete our session. Next session is there. So I thank Kilo Delta Sierra Kumar and Express Guru Sasi, Delta Papa November Devan, Alpha Alpha Papa Amarendra and V2 GRM Ram, myself V2 OBR. I request all of you, you can see the setup there. There is 2 setups are running there, but I request don't go in front of the dish antenna because the DATV is continuously transmitting the whole program. So don't go in front of the antenna. You can see it the back side. So thank you very much. Thank you for giving the best opportunity for me to hosting the session. The session is over now. Thank you very much everyone.
It is like a microwave oven in your residence. You will be fried. That's all.
You become like a fried potato if you go in front of that thing because of the power and all. That's it.
Okay, we are starting the next session on low Earth orbit satellites, and I'd like to invite WMY and TIO, please join. I think there's one more person, right, in this. There's one more person, right? Okay. Amrendra. Okay, he's busy. Come. I think 3 of us will. Good afternoon here, and we had the last session on QO100, and this time we are going to have a session on low Earth orbit satellites. And I guess that a lot of people here are operating, are operating low Earth orbit satellites. So how many here are actually actively or have ever operated on any of the low Earth orbit satellites, LEO satellites? Can I have a raise of hands? 1, 2, any more? 3. I think Amrendra is walking away. He's operated on that. Huh? Okay, bring your handy. All right. So, the thing is that here WMY, I should just, say this, that he's from AMSAT India and he's seen through every satellite phase of ham radio. Okay, and he's been very instrumental in putting up our VUSAT as well as the AI sat, etc. So, the purpose of this session is to explore the new trends in low Earth orbit satellites and the opportunities, etc. So I will first begin with asking WMY to start the session, and then we'll all join in.
Yeah, thank you, Farhan. So good morning, everyone. So I'd like to take a few minutes just to introduce about myself as well as about AMSAT India. So I'm Subramani, and handle is Money. Call sign is VU to Whiskey, Mike Yankee. I'm from Bangalore, and I'm a retired space environmental simulation engineer. I put in about 38 years of service in your satellite center. I worked right from the SROS project, that is the Stretch Rohini satellite, till Chandrayaan 3 and Aditya L1. So that was my contribution. And coming to amateur world, so for the India's first amateur radio satellite, it's a dedicated microsatellite which weighed about 40 kgs, and it's really a big one, powerful one. So I worked in that project. I was interface between ISRO and the user community around the world. And all of you know that it was one of the world's best amateur radio satellite, rock steady, and it had two transponders, one built by ISRO, other one by an undergraduate student from Netherlands, that's William Pereira. And so we had that, and that satellite, though we designed it for 1 year, HAMSAT worked for 9 years and 2 months. So that was really great, and so we had to bid a farewell to that satellite. In the year 2014, we launched in the year 2005. And since then, we have been taking all the opportunities to propose various other satellites, but it all depends upon the person sitting at the highest office. So we are still trying. And the second project, as a AMSAT India guy, I'm also holding the post of Director Educational Outreach for AMSAT India. And as a AMSAT India, the second project was AI SAT, that is AMSAT India satellite, and it was just a payload. It is an APRS payload because during the user meet, that is a mission management board meeting for the AMSAT, which took in the year 2010, I made a proposal to ISRO that even the spent rocket stages can be used as a platform. And so it was accepted in the 2018, just before the corona. And ISRO, with me, we three were there, like my colleague Somu, VU to HCJ. So just raise your hand. Yeah. And Nitin, who's the secretary. So we all, we got a call from ISRO, and then they offered the platform. Though the proposal was made in the year 2010. See, we got the offer in the year 2018. And to miss that opportunity, and we just took 5 minutes time, came out, and called none other than our friend Farhan from Bangalore. Just we called him and we said, Farhan, this is coming our way. So what you say? Then he said, just go ahead. You take it up. We will do. And then we contracted that. AMSAT India contracted that design and development of the payload APRS to Exceed Space, and single-handedly Farhan that completed at the shortest time. So I request, yes, 10 days, and I think I need to give him a round of applause for Farhan single-handedly. And in Bangalore, we spent our, ISRO never gave one single pie. All that they offered us, only the platform, the orbital spent stage orbital platform, and during the meetings and reviews, coffee and biscuits. Nothing else we got from ISRO. So we three, in fact, President AMSAT India, Mr. Ramesh, VU to RMS, Nitin, VU3 TYG, now he is VU2 JEK, and Somu and myself. So we four from AMSAT India and Farhan. Just imagine 5 people, just 5 hams we involved in this project, and we completed so silently. And this was flown aboard PSLV C-45. And for our luck, actually the last stage lasts only for 3 days. That was the initial consideration. But my director, he just said, we will have something, improved version. So we have gone in for a flexible solar panel and additional battery, 50 Ah ion battery on the spin stage of the rocket. I don't think any of the spent rocket stages will carry 50 ampere hours additional battery. So just for this, and again, our payload, which was just made by amateurs, it lasted for about 2 years and 4 months, and it was a great success. And so really the credit goes to both AMSAT India and individually to Farhan for all that. And Farhan had come down to Bangalore a couple of times for the vibration test, environmental testing, hot and cold, high climatic, everything. In fact, I brought a presentation just to show you what all the procedures we go through in ISRO, how the reviews, but unfortunately we couldn't have that. Yeah, so these were the past, what you call the projects what AMSAT India has taken up. And presently, AMSAT India is collaborating with, we have been mentoring another engineering college in Bangalore that is called SJCIT. And again, another payload, similar one, APRS. Again, this is also going. Now the ISRO is calling the last pen stage as POEM, a PSLV orbital experimental module. So now they have offered this. There are a couple of payloads are going. Along with that, we mentored AMSAT India, partnered with another institute. And the payload right now, this morning I got a message. It is already fitted onto the PSLV C60. This is going with the ISRO's space docking experiment. So this month end, we can expect another launch from Sriharikota. PSLV XL version C60 is going to take off. And in that last stage, again, there is going to be one more amateur radio payload from SJCIT, which has been designed and developed by my club station, that is Upagraha Amateur Radio Club in UR Rao Satellite Center, Bangalore. The design and development by the VU to URC. And the interface AMSAT India has been licensing with ITU and IARU and our frequency management office in headquarters ISRO, and also with WPC officials and user interface. So yesterday they bolted with the last stage of the PSLV C60, and today morning the electrical checks have been successfully completed. So this is the news I just got, and this is what. And coming back to the geostationary, unfortunately we missed it. We have been trying this since 2010. We made a proposal to have one of the payload on one of our mainframe geosatellites, but somehow it's not happening. Still, we are pursuing ISRO to have that. Otherwise, we would have been the first country in the world to have a ham radio geo payload in the geostationary, but we missed it to Qataris. But nevertheless, soon we are also going to work, have that, but we are working on that. And certainly as the users, all the users, the previous panel members, so we want to take some inputs from them in what better way our payload can be. So this is what we are working with the good wishes of all of us here. We hope that India will also have our own system in the geostationary as soon as possible. So we are trying our best level to have this maybe as a sustainable basis. This is what we are just pushing. So this is what about the AMSAT journey, the past, present and future. I just took about 5 minutes extra for it before handing over the mic. And also I am holding the post of Director Educational Outreach for AMSAT India. And I'm also holding the post of Station Director for ISRO's amateur radio station. And one more good news I want to share on this forum. We all know that India is embarked on the Gaganyaan, sending our own men and women into space from our own rocket, from our Indian soil. And we are all aware that we have already selected 4 astronauts, okay, all group captains. And out of that 4, they had extensive training abroad as well as in India. And so we have worked out with ARIS program, and ARIS also agreed, and the Prime Minister has signed an agreement with the US that one of our 4 astronauts will be going to ISS. And out of the 4, 2 already have been sent to US, and they are getting trained there in Axiom. And 1 is going to go to ISS, that is as a prime candidate is Group Captain Subhanshu Shukla. And the backup will be a Group Captain Balakrishnan Nair. So already they are getting trained there, and we wanted to trained them for the amateur radio license also like any other astronaut and cosmonauts. And I was the trainer for all the 4 astronauts. So I trained them and all 4 got the call signs. And shortly when it's just cruising over India, certainly we can look forward to hear and work Group Captain Shukla from his call sign. So this is what I just wanted to share. And thank you very much. I'll just hand over the mic to the moderator.
All right. Next, I'll ask Giridhar to talk about the digital satellites, especially he's using the LoRa satellites now successfully, and the tiny GS. So he'll just make some introduction about it, and then we'll then Amar, then we'll open up for the discussion.
Hello everyone, I am Giridhar. My call sign is VU2 Tango India Oscar. Okay. So I actually got my license just 8 months ago, and I got interested into satellite ham sats and other satellites which work on ham frequencies. So I got into satellites which made me to know about TinyGS and Vayuani. These 2 are LoRa based ground stations. So many might think LoRa is not related to ham radio, but I think everything which is related to radio can be combined with ham radio too. So LoRa is a type of radio, and using Internet of Things, the TinyGS and Vayuani, these 2 are the platforms on which you can connect through the LoRa based satellites. These give the health status of those satellites, and we can share messages, we can form meshes through the satellites, and there are many other possibilities of connectivity through these satellites. I have made a few ground stations through which we can communicate through the LoRa satellites, and which also work on AX25 and QPSK modes also. And before the starting of the session, as Farhan sir asked how many people have worked on LeoSats. So there were very few members who mentioned they were working on LeoSats. I think working on LeoSats is very easy. So I request all the new hams here to at least use their small walkie-talkies to at least monitor the satellites, see and observe how they are getting SSTV and all. So you'll love how to know application of ham radio in space. That's all I want to speak. Thank you.
Thanks, Giridhar. Now, next I'm going to ask Amar to talk about his experience. Amar, just keep it short, then we can open it up to discussions. But I'll just tell you this, that Amrendra has been, VU2 AAP, has been working low Earth orbit satellites for longer than anybody else that I know of, number 1. Number 2, he's used far more homebrew equipment than anybody else, okay? He built his own receivers, he built his own transmitters, he built his own antennas, he built his own rotators, okay? So he's unique in the sense that, complete open source and homebrew technology from end to end has been his goal. He's very active on almost all satellites, all passes, and we are now discussing, what the future should be, what should be the new type of LEO satellites that we can plan, because Mani is here, VU2 WMY is here, who has a direct, connection to ISRO. He's been a veteran of that, so I hope that, we will be able to do this. And today at 4 o'clock, all those who are interested in low Earth orbit satellites, Mani will do a presentation here, right? There we'll put up a projector because it's impossible to put up a projector here. So you can gather for a smaller, very tight discussion at 4 o'clock. Okay, please remember 4 o'clock today. Amarendra.
Good morning to everyone. Don't curse me, I'm sorry to show the same old face again at the second consecutive session here. Anyway, I'm a regular operator, started way back in 1987 operating LEO satellites. LEO satellites is another challenging subject because you have to check for the windows of the satellite's availability every time. Because now in 87 we were doing the calculations manually, but now there are so many apps gives you the frequency and other direction of the satellite travel, etc., etc. There are so many satellites, mini satellites, but I advise everyone, those who want to start with operation, low Earth orbit satellites operation, to go with ISS first of all, International Space Station, because it is something like the size of a football ground with a very good power budget, very strong signals, because there is a 5-watt Kenwood radio on board in the ISS. Very strong signals. If the ISS is going overhead, especially for the engineering college students, I'm telling, those who are interested in satellite work or who want to experiment something, just look at this. Giridhar, VU to Tango India Oscar TIO is one such candidate. One such candidate. Way back, just 8 months back, he started. See those corner guys? Hello? Please. See, TIO with a little guidance. Of course, he started everything on his own only. Special appreciations to him. He started making his own antenna. We have given the guidance and how to use that antenna, how to alter the antennas and all. Now he is a very regular man in monitoring the satellites. Of course, not communicating the satellites, because he can do that also. He knows everything about the LEO satellites, and then other than amateur radio communications, there is very interesting thing. Now the weather satellites are there, gives you regular weather pictures. And then LoRa satellites are there. So many satellites are there. Depends on all your interest. Because majority of them are with the amateur radio frequencies. All amateur radio satellites are with either 435 megahertz up and 145 down, or 145 up and 435 down, whatever it is. But monitoring and very easy system. See, this is the antenna. You expect how much this costed? Maybe around 600-700 rupees. All made. A PVC pipe and hardware pipe, aluminum pipes available in the hardware stores. This is an antenna meant for the two-way communication of the satellites. One for the 6-element UHF for uplink or downlink, and 3-element, 4-element VHF for uplink or downlink. 2 walkie-talkies, because the Bafang walkie-talkies and all are coming very economically these days. They are available around 2,000 rupees. 2 walkie-talkies. At least you can start working on FM satellites, or you can start monitoring the satellites. Thus it leads to SSTV images transmitted by International Space Station, and then leads to your weather satellites, monitoring of weather satellites for their pictures and all. It is a fascinating subject, especially for the engineering students. I think from CBIT, how many guys are here? Chaitanya Bharati Institute of Technology? None of them. Some of the engineering college students are visible here. That's what I'm asking. So this guy is basically is from CBIT. So it all depends on the curiosity and enthusiasm what you are having. So that's it. Any information or any advices, do follow LARC group, and we have a LEO satellites group. Special thanks to our Neil Kantan from Chennai. Please raise your hand. And another friend, YQ is here from Goa. Yourself. Then there is one more person operating on LEO satellites very regularly. Our Rajaram is there, Ram is there. So it's another fascinating subject. Yes, please. Yeah, because the radiation from the 2 meter, this is VHF, should not disturb the UHF on the third harmonic. That's why we made it cross. Because that is mostly spinning satellites. It's a rotation, the signals come in circular polarity. So either this side or that side, with a little loss of the signals and all, sometimes 100% matching, and you get sometimes very strong signals. Again, because they keep spinning. So it is not, that's why you keep loose, and there's something like a fading on HF. You go on, up and down signals will be coming, and you can comfortably do the communication. No. This particular thing is for handheld operation only. That's it. See, this is the system meant for automatically tracking the satellite, something like your elevation and azimuth and all. That is there. That is meant for that purpose. This is only handheld operation. So our BGK, old man Nilkant from Chennai, is a real expert on that. So he makes contact in each and every satellite which is passing away, and he always uses his handheld antenna only. So that's it. Huh? Only Armstrong antenna. So that's it. Thank you. Anyone, any information, please do follow LARC group is there, LARC group in WhatsApp. You will be getting all the information. Apart from the thing, we have a LEO satellites group. If you join to do the thing, you can just keep monitoring what is going on in the Indian LEO satellite operators field. We are operators, but these guys are manufacturers of the, designers of the satellites. And if they are not there, we are not here. Used by us. Just operators only monitoring and then how they are working and all and all. But the great, this thing, credit goes to these guys only. Thank you, 73.
Mani will actually update us new trends are in the satellite work.
Okay, and particularly to the Q100 operators, so I would like to hear from you. So what is that you are expecting now? What is not there in the Q100 and what do you expect, if at all, when we get an opportunity to make our a platform in the GEO, maybe a transponder as exactly like a QA100. This time we don't want to go for a dedicated satellite, because making a dedicated satellite and operating in the GEO platform is impossible. But we can have a payload exactly like QA100. So we can have a payload on the one of the mainframe, because we have been sending every year new satellite. So we can always go for it. Already we have worked out all the parameters, technical specifications we have worked out. Only we are just waiting for the approval. Once if the ISRO gives the approval, certainly our team from VU to URC, that is Upagara Amateur Radio Club. So we are ready with that. Just we have to procure the components and make a flight hardware. So that is what we are. So any new thing, whether in the hardware or in the software, we really look forward for the users, because mainly whenever we design a payload, it is intended for the users. So what is not there or what you are expecting from the Q100, so you can just put forth to us. So we will also include in our proposal. So and we can try to incorporate that. And you are most welcome. The students here, as the senior person, he was just telling, you all have to really get onto the satellite mode. So even apart from Q100, there are so many other platforms like the Russian Earth observation satellites in the GEO, and the Chinese and the Korean satellite, where you can download the weather images, live weather images, both from, so we have 3 NOVA satellites, operational satellites, NOVA 15, 18 and 19, and then we have Meteor M23 and Meteor M24, which are digital from the Russian. See, one way, this is a challenging, because the geostationary footprint satellites are always available 24/7. There is no much challenge in that, but the chasing this low Earth orbit satellite really calls for a challenge. And so everyone, people, like a group of people who are interested in chasing the LEO. Whereas I'm a LEO guy, I chase this a LEO satellite, though it is a little challenging. And of course it's rewarding as well. So this is what you students can, get on to that. And so I request, as the designer, Farhan to tell us if you have anything in the new trends for the satellites. Please, Farhan.
Thank you. So yeah, I have a request. See, I visited one of the ham clubs outside country, and I saw the IO 117 satellite work, the green cube satellite working very well, and I liked it a lot because its footprint on our region was more than an hour at a time, because it's a MEO satellite, not the LEO satellite.
Right.
So I geared up for everything, and finally the MEO satellite went off. The IO-117 green cube is no more operational. So if we have a satellite working in the MEO range, we'll be able to have more fun on it, because you have a larger footprint time in our region. Okay, one point. Another point is, the present satellite, which is there, what is that, our geostationary satellite, has a footprint of only 1/3 of the globe. If you have another footprint somewhere off this 1/3, then you'll have a more global type of communication possible. So you can keep it in mind.
Yeah, thanks, Ram, for the good suggestion. In fact, see, any satellite for that sake can maximum cover half the globe. Okay, not more than that. But maybe we have to have a satellite or an engine which have a changing perigee. Okay, which will go around the globe so that we can cover the other parts of the globe. For example, you have just told about the green cube. But recently C59, which we launched just about a fortnight back. Unfortunately, we missed this slot because this engine, we are not going to bring it back, because just to keep that debris mitigation, now we don't keep the engines too long. Within 2 months, we bring back the engines, the low Earth orbit engines. But luckily, when we flew our payload AI-SAT-1, the engine remained there. So ISRO never tried to bring it back. But so the payload worked for about nearly 2 years and 3 months or so. But now, I don't really suggest anyone to go for the POEM payload, because it doesn't really mean work for the amount and the efforts what we spend for that, because the one which are going to fly, hardly it's going to remain there for about 2 months, because the engine will be brought back to the atmosphere. But we missed one bus, the C-59 vehicle, which went about 600 kilometers perigee to 65,000 kilometers. Ram, 65,000 kilometers, and this engine we are not going to bring it back. And this is going to remain in the space for too long. In case if we would have flown a payload in this, so it would have covered such a wide, and the visibility would have been for nearly for the 12 hours at any given location. And it is for the global application. It will cover North Pole, South Pole, and all the equatorial region. So, but the challenge is having a battery and also the sun orientation, because the battery, just not having a battery and a solar panel, but at the right time the battery needs to be charged. So those things, mission planning we have to do. So that is the one thing. But this, in fact, I was waiting for this kind of, because very rarely we get the passengers, for this, because this was for the Proba 3. It is a German European space program. So for that we had a dedicated launch, and this we had to take the satellite to about 600 kilometers perigee and 65,000 kilometers apogee. So this would have been the best for the global coverage for as far as amateur radio is concerned. But we have to keep the payload ready. Whenever there is a chance coming to ISRO to put a passenger payload in this kind of orbit, I think we should make use of it. So maybe Farhan is also here. We have other designers. So we all can come together, and funds need fund for that. As I told, AISAT was just, we managed everything. Only from AMSAT India and Farhan from his end. So just imagine, we never got any government support for it. Only thing what they gave is the free launch. So they never, but ISRO is charging now. So even if you are putting any payload on the last stage, spent stage, now we have to pay for it. Now everything is, because in-space is in between now. Yeah. So for everything we have to pay. So Ram, certainly we will look forward, and so we will make a payload and we will keep it ready. And so whenever the chance comes, I think we can fly it.
So there are a couple of, let me just add a couple of things, then we'll take some questions. Okay, one thing is there that AMSAT USA, okay, now has ready-built linear transponders available, okay, and they're just giving it at cost. So the transponders which are now being used, a lot of these satellites are from AMSAT US. It's already ready. That's number one. Number two is that there is an organization, a lot of people may not have heard of it, called Amateur Radio Digital Communication, ARDC. ARDC gives money for ham radio projects. Okay, they have given money to AMSAT US. They have also given money to ARRL. They are that big. Okay, it's a $150 million fund. And I'm one of the directors. I was appointed a director last year. They are willing to give money for ham radio projects, satellite projects. Their only thing is we should have FCRA clearance. So there are two ways to do it. You can take a financial partner, that is an organization which already has FCRA clearance, and jointly with them you can propose. For example, we can go with ISRO. But ISRO doesn't have to put in money. ISRO as a government organization will tell ARDC that we need $1 million to put up a satellite, and they'll give that money. Okay, so that's already in place. Second thing is that you don't require three geostationary satellites. See, half of the Earth, if you look at the globe, is only Pacific Ocean. Pacific Ocean is as big as half the Earth. So if you actually turn the globe and look at only Pacific Ocean, you will see no landmass at all. Okay, So 2 satellites are actually enough to cover between US continent and Eurasian continent. Okay, just 2 satellites are enough. That too, many people are in the northern hemisphere. Most of the people are in northern hemisphere except for Australia. We can throw Australia under the bus, right, and just use North America itself. Now, apart from geostationary satellites, GRM was talking about MEO satellites, medium Earth orbit satellites, which remain on for another while. There's actually another satellite. This satellite is basically in GTO. So it goes to the geosynchronous satellite, which is 36,000 kilometers, and then it falls back again. But it remains over your area for about 6 hours. So you get long range thing. It's, I think, called Polyona orbit or something like that. Yeah, 250 to 35,000. So it passes very quickly when it is near Earth, and then it goes there and it stays for a long time, then it again comes up and then goes back again. Then it stays there and then comes back, like that. It's a highly elliptical orbit. So we can also look at highly elliptical orbits where, you know, experimental flights can give us that. That is, the third option is to hire a transponder. Okay, that might actually be easier, which is there are a lot of old satellites which have linear transponders on them. Okay, which means they are bent pipe just like our AO, you know, the Oscar 7s, etc., etc. Yeah, or the ViewSat. Now, if we can hire that and from WPC get special permission, which is easier to get than anything else, to operate those frequencies, that can be done. So those are the options that we have with us available to operate geostationary satellites, because these satellites are already there and many of them are actually losing money because of Starlink one side. Second thing is there is a lot of fiber optic now. So less and less of them are being used. Earlier they were used for broadcasting. But even broadcasters now all become Netflix. You know, we don't use Star TV anymore. We use Netflix, we use Prime Video. So those satellites are also not under use much. So they can give it to us at very cheap rates. And then it's a few $1,000s per month, which is easier to cough out rather than, you know, say $5 million launch. Amar, you have something to add?
Yeah, this is another good point. So we will explore that, Farhan. Yeah. So what you suggested. And so we are really missing our AMSAT India Secretary Nitin here. You couldn't
Will
join.
the legal matters allow the thing on, suppose abandoned military satellites or something, geostationary satellites?
You can request them. As a special case. On special cases, they will give all frequencies. Any frequency they can give.
Okay.
For limited purpose.
Limited purpose, only mature purpose. See, we, as Farhan is saying that the funding is needed for that, we have to stand in, though it sounds a little harsh, but actually, see, having a MEO like IO 117 is certainly a boon. Very simple to communicate and all. It stays nearly for 1 hour, 2 hours continuously. I've been monitoring IO 117 quite for long because it's a 5,000 kilometers altitude orbit. Recently gone QRT. Medium Earth orbit, this thing, or elliptical orbit like AO10. Under the southern hemisphere, it goes past within 500 kilometers altitude. But once it goes to over the northern hemisphere, and it stays some 6 hours or so, it goes even much higher orbit than when compared to the medium Earth orbit as MEO. So that's an elliptical orbit. Purely elliptical orbit gives a wonderful communication facilities possible also. So, but dreaming is one thing. You should have money in hand. Otherwise, you have to stand in front of ISRO to be very harsh with a begging bowl only. When they will throw some mercy on us, you have to wait for that thing. That is what going on. Yes, please.
I'm U2 MNX. I've come from Noida.
Loud.
View2 MNX. I've come from Noida. I have a suggestion. I've operated both the Q100 and the Leo. One of the issues is if you want the the payload to be used is the frequency frequencies that are being used. For example, if you see the Ares, because it is on the frequencies and the mode which most hams use, it is very easy to use, people to access it. Whereas in the Q100, it is not that easy because the frequencies used are higher frequencies and the modes also are a little difficult. So I was wondering whether if and when you put a payload, whether you could have the VHF, UHF frequencies which most hams use, and there are radios which are available with many hams like 991 Alpha and so many others, 7100, which have SSB and FM both, and they have the VHF, UHF frequencies. So if you use that, FM I know requires a lot of power, so that may not be possible, but SSB certainly should be possible. It's just an idea which I'm throwing up. You could kindly see and examine that. That will cause a lot of people to come on the Indian hams to come on the satellite.
That is what is inviting the ideas. Is asking actually.
Yeah, you spoke about many things now, okay, with your question. So one is, compared to FM, SSB transceivers are costlier, isn't it? So now, I don't know whether your requirement is like for a LEO or for GEO. So if it is for GEO, again, this is the easiest option, like, so small power with a high gain dish is sufficient to, get through, because particularly you said you are from Ladakh.
Noida.
Okay,
He's from
okay.
Noida.
So the maximum is the slant range will be about 42,000 kilometers, though the satellite is around 36,000 kilometers. So the power requirement, everything will be, taken care with this, whatever the hardware they have developed. And for ARIS, you mentioned VHF, UHF, though it is a popular, but maybe good for FM operation. But still, if you go for a SSB, the transceivers will be costly compared to FM radios, because even a Quansheng or a Bofeng, that is quite enough for a ARIS contact, if you want to get through the crossband repeater of ISS and others. So for GEO, I think we should avoid FM, and we should have to stick on with the SSB. Though the basic transceiver is going to cost little bit, but for the long term, that is going to be a good option. Yeah.
Yes, of course. Nowadays, modern equipment
Obviously,
are coming.
if you want to reach the geostationary, you need more ground power, isn't it? Your antenna gain, and physically 50 watts, and you have to really work it out. And what is the gain of the antenna with 50 watts to reach the 36,000 kilometers orbit, isn't it? And when it is at the, say about 4 degrees elevation or so, really you need, the distance will be much more than 36,000 kilometers, anywhere up to 42,000 kilometers. So ground power and the antenna. So if that can suffice your requirement, I think we can do that.
See, now the thing is this. There is path loss, because that is 40,000 kilometers away. Your LEO satellite is 1,000 kilometers away. So it is 40 times further away, right? 40 times further away means, see, what happens is, let's say something is 1 inch wide. If you go twice the distance, it will become 2 inches wide. 2 inches wide like this, 2 inches wide like this. So as the distance increases, the signal drops as a square. So if it is 40,000 kilometers away and something is 1,000 kilometers away, if it is 40 times further away, it is 40 into 40. That is 1,600 times lesser power is coming there from here, right? Now at 2.54 gigahertz, we use a parabolic antenna, which will give you at least 26-27 dB gain, which is a gain of 400, 500. This Yagi will not even give you 10 dB gain.
Yes, correct.
So the amount of power required to go that distance is yeah. Oh, for LEO satellites, yeah. Yeah. The only problem is for beginners, because of Doppler shift, tuning it is, yeah, latency is also less. So anyway, and you have to keep pointing it. Geostationary satellite, you just leave it there and you're done, right? It's like Tata Sky, literally. So that's the thing. I think we'll wrap it up now. It's already 12:30. We have,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
Please remember 4 o'clock. We are having an AMSAT presentation in this hall. Okay, right here. Okay.
So one more thing, and then I don't know whether this will be possible because 11 degrees low angle elevation pass is there of ISS around 210 or something. If possible, we'll try thinking of that but this area is fully covered with the trees and all, tall trees. This seems to be a bit difficult here. I have to see. With this antenna only with the 2 walkie-talkies, can comfortably just at least try to listen to ISS. So I'm pointing out at engineering college students especially. So you keep your minds into the subject of LEO satellites or satellite subject. Certainly, who knows, somebody might become an ISRO chief also in future getting into the subject. So I'm seeing Girdhar Reddy right in front of my eyes only in the last 8 months in Lamakaan Amateur Radio Club. He came with one small antenna. I joined him to the LEO satellites group. Without anybody's help, maybe some small suggestions we might have given, he made his own LoRa receivers and all. He just grew in front of our eyes only, and then he's monitoring everything. Now he has got the thorough knowledge of LEO satellites, monitoring how they travel, how they fly, what to do and what not to do, what type of antenna to be used, what frequency to be used and all. He is having a thorough knowledge there. That is just practical experience, that's all. It all shows because of your enthusiasm. That's it.
Thank
Good
you
day
very
to
much,
all.
everybody.
Thank you.
So everyone, at 2 to 3 o'clock, we have a session on Vayuvani ground station, LEO satellite ground station at Seminar Hall. So if you wish to know more about my project, you can visit that workshop. Thank you.
Hello everyone, please stay back. So we have Kirtan Chand here with us. So to tell about him, he's the Vice President of Avionics at Space Rickshaw. Alwala Kirtan Chand leads the development of electronics and software for space applications at Space Rickshaw, including satellites and re-entry vehicles. He has built computers space missions, including high-altitude balloons and satellites such as SDSat, Azadi-Sat 1 and 2, SR-0 and SR-2, as well as payload for Skyroot's Vikram S rocket. Kirtan also superheaded the development of sequencer for the world's lightest CubeSat deployer, which won the Indian Defence contract IREX. A finalist of Young Scientist India 2016, he has shared his expertise at TEDx, NASCOM, and IISc. I kindly invite Kirtan Chand to give a talk.
Hello everyone. Hi, this is Aluwala Kirtan Chand. I'm the Vice President of Avionics at a company called Space Rickshaw. Now it's called as Catlix. We just a couple of weeks ago we changed the name. So here at Space Rickshaw, we build re-entry capsules, satellites for LEO and also HEO. So here I take care of the entire software, avionics, and a few of the communication systems and RF parts as well. So yeah, I'm here especially, I would like to know a few inputs from ham radio community as we build satellites which are related to digital. Basically, these are digital satellites, not something which are analog. So yeah, we would like to get some inputs and a few sort of ideas so that we can include these ideas into our satellites, which we're going to launch in couple of in the coming missions. So the thing is, right now we have 7 satellites scheduled in the next 1.5 years. So a few from ISRO and few from SpaceX as well, and most of these would be in LEO. As I just from the previous talk, I just came to know that it's little tough to maintain communication with the LEO satellites, especially for the ham radios, when it is not a digital signal. So most of the satellites what we build are they do come under the digital signals. So I would like to know what kind of analog or any sort of ham radio payloads you would like to carry on our satellites, because any of the satellites will be flying, can carry payloads as a complementary payload, and that can be helpful for the community. In fact, a few of our payloads which we launched. In fact, few of the payloads which we launched. I mean, we launched 5 satellites before, and every satellite carried its own text repeaters on amateur radio band. But the thing is, most of these repeaters were used by US and Russia. There was a constant communication between US and Russia with the satellites which we have built, and these are free to use. And yeah, it's on amateur radio band, obviously. So now the thing is, there's no much exposure in India, as we did not promote it much in India. So we would like to extend our we would like to take more inputs from the community here in India, so we can specifically tailor our satellites and take that particular payload. As I just mentioned, the satellites will be flying anyway. This can be a complementary payload if there is something which we can accommodate. So one constraint here would be the power, as most of the power would be given to the payloads what we are building. This probably we can turn on the payloads for a couple of hours every day, or once in 2-3 days, based on the power budget we have in the satellite. So yes, based on this, I'm here to get more inputs, and also I would like to know if you have any questions related to our satellites. Sure. That would be much better. Yes. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah.
I came in late. Okay, I don't know what you're talking.
Attention everyone. So there is a session that is going to happen on satellite tracker rotator. Now in the seminar hall, you all can gather there and join the session. I repeat, there is a session that is going to happen on satellite tracker rotator. Now in the seminar hall, you all can join there.
will do it. So Bharati ma'am has been very active on CW, and she was engaged in teaching CW to many newcomers also. So we will start with that. And then Farhan has been designing many radios, and of late, it's not other than the traditional mode of sending and receiving CW. Most of his radios have, you can send CW using keyboard, or and then you can receive it through the decoders, and that Farhan will explain how that works. And then Mr. Amarendra will talk about the benefits of CW versus sideband or AM. So I'll start with Bharati ma'am.
Hello everyone. Hello Hyderabad. How many are interested in ham radio? How many are interested in CW? Anybody is operating on CW right now? Means nowadays, are you active on CW? Do you know the code of CW? The young chaps, I will tell you A to Z, Morse code. You have to write it down on the paper. I will ask you later on, what is the code for the letter? Okay? Come on, write it down. E, dit. Remember, you have a good memory, right? It's very easy to understand, okay? Dit means very short term. Dit, D-I-T, dit. And da, D-A-H, da, okay? And the combination of dit and dashes makes the letters, okay? That is English letters, not Telugu letters, okay? And A to Z is there. You know all 26 letters? A, B, C, D. Huh? Oh, very good, very good. Then, if you have a paper, you can write down E-I-S-H. E means dit. I means 2 dates. Don't say 2 dates, did it. S means did. H means 4 dates. Did. So now you know, come on, tell me, what is E? Did. I. Did. Very good. Yes. Did. H. Oh, you know now Morse code. Clap. Very good, very good. And then TMO. One is, I told you, da. Da is equal to 3 dates time. Okay? Da means T. Da, M. Da, O. Okay? The letter T indicates da, M, da, and O, da. Now you know that letters, TMO. So now tell me what is TMO. T means? M? O? Now you know EISH and TMO. Very good. It means you know 6 letters. Next is AUV. AUV, the combination of dit and dashes. Dida, A. Dida, U. Dida, V. AUV. Okay? Dida, V. Next is NDB. Da did it. Ulta karo. A, U, V, and D, B. Another 6 letters. Okay? Next is FWJ. Dida, FWJ. And then FXY, da, Y, da, that is one. CKPQ, da, P, D, da, da, dit, D, da, da, dit, P, Q, da, da, di, di, da, Q. Okay. Code. So you have to learn it, all the codes, and then learn it. And then if you use it in radio, you can send more information and within a short period. That is number one use. Number two use, you can make a long distance contacts without any difficulty. And then along with, you have to learn some Q codes. 30 Q codes will be there. All 30 Q codes you can make use it in CW. That is another thing, very interesting thing. And nowadays in India, we have a CW net and 7015 at 7:30. So all radio hams who are interested in CW can go there in 7015 and you can participate, especially by radio hams, not SWLs. And so that is very interesting. So when we go on SSB, we have to shout. And then we have to make our call sign, our name, repeatedly number of times. Then only the people can understood our language. But when we go on CW, I think you need not to repeat or anything. Any ham from any part of the world can easily understood the CW very well. So that is the main. I think in America and Japan, the small children are also going on CW and making lot of contacts. And we do have CW contest and lot of pile-ups there. And in the pile-up, you have to identify the call sign and you have to get the reports from the radio ham. And we have in Hyderabad, we have VU2 ESG and VU2 AAP, VU2 Juliet Oscar Sierra. A lot of people are active on CW. So I'm sure one day you all can learn CW and try to active on CW. And one more thing, QRP rigs are very good for CW operation. With small power, with just 20 watts, we can use this CW. But SSB, you need a lot of power and lot of radios. But in CW, you need a small power. You can go for long distance station. So I'm sure you all will get interested in CW and try to go on CW and make a lot of contacts. Thank you so much for giving this opportunity, Lamakaan, and see you more often on CW.
Hello, my name is Farhan, and I began CW operations in 1983 using a transmitter which was built by Amar. It was called a baby transmitter because it was exactly 7 inches by 7 inches by 7 inches, one small box. 7 inches cube, but he used to call it baby transmitter. It was one of the best transmitters I've ever had. And 24 by 7, I used to just keep calling CQ on it. So the thing about Morse code is this, okay? Morse code is things switching on and off. That is either there's a tone coming out, or it is off. And this combination of short duration and long duration, the tit-ta, right? So it's on toot, 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 like that, right? But it need not be audio. You can also send Morse code by switching light and on and off. One time, a CIA agent was caught by Russia, and they recorded a video message of the hostage saying that, this fellow is there, and he was asked only to give his name out, etc., etc. But by blinking his eye, he, in Morse code, communicated where he was being held, and they were able to get him back. So Morse code actually can be sent in a lot of ways. Okay, at times you can even send it with just a rod. That is, if you hold a rod like this type is a dot, dit, and this type is a da. So by just swinging it also you can send it. So Morse code is like that. As a result, For example, before ham radio, before wireless was invented, small children like you would actually wire up a bell, ringing bell from each other's house. That is, switches here, the bell is there. So if you switch it on and off, you can send Morse code and they could talk like, these days we talk on WhatsApp, in those days they used to talk like that. The key thing about Morse code is this, that it is like having a cycle instead of having a car. That is, it is completely on your own power. And you can make a CW transmitter using only 2 transistors in 1 hour. In 1 hour, you can make a transmitter which can talk at least all over India. It is impossible to do that in any other mode. So the equipment is not only cheap, you can make it yourself, you can operate it yourself. That is about getting on air. Second, as Bharti was saying, you don't have, it will take you about 1 week to learn of about half an hour practice every day to learn Morse code. Once you learn Morse code, you should get on air. If you get on air and keep practicing, then the speed will develop actually. No amount of, listening to practice tapes and all that will happen. And for radio hams here whose CW is rusty, let me tell you this. You can actually go on air without a problem, okay? And I will suggest that you get onto the CW net on 7015 morning 7:30. Now what happens is this. The net control every once in a while will pause for you to transmit your call signs so that they can give you a chance to reply back, right? You just wait for that opening. You put your call sign there. You know what the other fellow's call sign is. It is always VU to TS. So call signs have been exchanged and you have already made a contact. You keep doing that for 1 week. After that, you will understand how to send signal report. Signal report is also always 599. Okay, you will memorize that also. So by and by, you will develop a vocabulary. You don't have to copy the entire Morse code at once. You can just fake your way through it. And you can do DXing with the same thing. You can do RACQ with the same thing, etc. As you do RACQ with your friends, etc., that's when the actually speed will come in. But even if you do not have any speed, one way to do it is like this. Suppose you have memorized Morse code, but you can't copy it, right? As somebody is sending it, you write down dots and dashes. In that, if you can find out the call sign of that person, that is enough. You don't bother about what else that person is saying. Just say this, weather is sunny here, how are you, this, that. If you want to know that fellow's handle, you go to qrz.com, pull it out, pretend that you know everything. So start pretending. Once you start pretending, then you become the real thing.
To learn Morse code, everyone is having a mobile. Most of you are having mobile. There is a simple software app, CW Studio. I will show it to you all. You make a group of yours. Before you leave to your school and all that, you make a group of WhatsApp group for CW group, okay? And after that, I will come in between you. I will show you this. This is the software, CW Studio. Okay. Everybody see this? Go to Android and download this software. Everybody has a phone. Make a group of this entire group, whoever wants to learn CW, and download this software or Play Store. Okay. This is the symbol. Okay, CW Studio.
Sir, we are running out of time. You can take it offline.
Yeah.
Just give us the mic. We'll continue.
Okay. So this software will tell you each and everything. So it will automatically send you a CW. You don't require a friend to send you a CW. Automatically it will send you letter by letter. So there it is. Bye.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening. Very good. So my name is Amarendra. Oh, that's that's nice. I'm a ham since 1980. Means older than your fathers and your mom and dad. I started CW. That is a simplest, cheapest, easiest and very enthusiastic mode of communications. You can make a simple transmitter and you can start transmitting and receiving on that, and you can start do your ham radio career on that, because you are all small kids and children. You have a lot of life ahead and you have to study along, and then you have a lot of time to develop your career in education and as well in ham radio also. So you can start in a very beginner way at a very low level. That is the simplest thing. That's why we are emphasizing on CW is a Morse telegraphy. Who is Morse? Is there Morse here? Morse is a person who invented Morse code. That is telegraphic code. Dits and dashes code. He invented that. Samuel F.B. Morse. Do you know that thing? No sound is coming out. Huh? A person who invented the dits and dashes code gave coding from A to Z English letters and 1 to 0 numbers and punctuation marks like comma, full stop, etc., etc., etc. That means you can completely transmit a text, English text, using that Morse code like a regular complete text. There I began my career in 1979. Made a small key. Even keys, telegraphic keys are available. Post offices were sending telegraphic messages earlier. You know telegram? Now WhatsApp messages have come. Telegrams is a very crucial and fast mode of communication to make information to the other end. But now you have WhatsApp, mobile phones and all. It is very easy. Within 1 second or a few seconds you are sending away the message. Earlier those telegrams were there sent by our regular post offices. So there they were using a key. Did, like that. It was whatever English message you have written in a piece of paper and give it to that postmaster. They were sending that message to the other station, to the address. As if we are dropping a letter in the post box with the address that is reaching the destination. Something like the telegrams are also reaching the destination correctly, where it has to be sent properly, where it has to be delivered. So that key, those keys were not available for me. I made a small strip of tongue cleaner. Tongue cleaner, you know, tongue cleaner strip. That I bent it and used it as a key for generation of Morse code. And I was having a small audio oscillator which makes a sound like pee 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 sound. When it is touch, it is a dit. You press it for a long time, it is a da. Dit, da. Di da. Di da is a. Dit is, what is dit? Madam told you? You forgot. Dit is ye. One dit is ye. Did it? I. Did it? Did it? H. Like that. See the spacing and all, slowly, 5 words per minute, so that I was sending and I was copying myself, learning. That is a low bandwidth, very easy to send, very cheap, and you will feel as if you are learning something great. You have your headphones on, use a small piezo buzzer available in market, electronics market, and you have a small key, or you can make your key with a small, as I told you, it's a tongue cleaner blade, I made that one. So that gives you immense pleasure and very easy to communicate at the beginning level of your ham radio career. So after that, there are, of course, now there are so many modes have come. Text messages, your video messages, everything has come because these are all advanced modes. But that is the first, before World War, that was the first mode of communication to be sent or wire or wireless. That is an Morse telegraphy. So learning that gives you immense pleasure, and see, if you go into advanced modes, it will be difficult for you to understand. You get confused and you will leave. Arey Baba, this is very difficult, I cannot understand. But CW is not like that. It's a very simple, easiest method for you and gives you pleasure and take you further forward to learn the difficult modes afterwards once you go into a polytechnic or engineering and higher studies and all. There you will get opportunity to learn advanced subjects of the communication modes. Any questions on that or any doubts or anything if you want to ask, we will answer. Or if you don't say anything, you say, yes, these girls are and these boys are all happy and understood everything what I said.
Yeah. Any questions from this side?
Bharati is going to show this instrument for Morse code training that she has got. So yeah, this is the Morse key. This is Bharati's Morse key. You have to keep it like this and operate it. Hang on, let me see. Yeah. So basically, you hold it like that, and if you press it, it says beep, then it comes out pip pip like that. Okay. So that's the Morse key, and this is actually a very good one. It's a vintage Morse key. Problem is these days Morse keys are not being manufactured. Although Morse is still being used by radio hams.
Radio hams are using Morse. Radio hams are using Morse, but the modes have changed. If you type on the computer keyboard, the computer is converting it to dits and dashes and sending it away. So you don't have to type, hit that dit, da, dida, 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 etc., etc. Simply you type the English text, it will convert, the computer will convert and send it away. And from the other side it comes in that way, it converts it back and show you the English letters. That means what is the bad thing in that, you tell me? Tell me what is the bad thing in that advanced system? You don't have skill to remember the CW dits and dashes and letters and all. Now you are saying dit is E. That you don't have to remember. You type E, it will send dit. You type I, it send did it. So that your Morse, this thing will not improve. But anyway, the advanced methodologies will be like that only. That is the advancement of communications and systems these days.
All right, if there are no questions, then we'll end this session here. From 3 o'clock, we have another session going on. Then you can, in the meantime, take a break, take bio break, go around here and there, buy some lot of things there. Okay, all right.
Hello, don't go anywhere. There is one more session here. Oh, ladies, come on, sit here. Anyone is outside, the ladies, please come in.
Everyone just grab a seat. We still have some more to go.
Where is Lakshmi? Lakshmi. I spoke to her, no? I will come. Lakshmi, Lakshmi, where are you? Lakshmi, I can see her. Where is she now? I spoke to her, no? The lady.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us today for this discussion on diversity and inclusion in amateur radio. What does diversity and inclusion mean? Diversity and inclusion is all about gender, race, caste, not being a variable in how you operate ham radio. We are proud to be part of LARC, where we are graciously called young ladies, whereas the men are called old men. So you can see lovely young ladies sitting here today and a lot of young ladies in the audience. Let's talk about what ham radio needs today in the form of vials. So let me introduce the panel first. I don't think I need to give any introduction to VU2 RBI, Bharti ma'am. She's just taught you CW in a very short form of EISH. Bharti ma'am is a pioneering figure in Indian amateur radio. She was instrumental in the tsunami in the Andaman ham radio disaster recovery operations. And there have been 2 documentaries made on her and how she has encouraged YLs and other ham radio enthusiasts in villages to take up ham radio. So she's got officially on her website, vu2rbi.com, she's only got 14 awards, but I think it's way, way more. So we'll hear insights from her today. Then we have Shivangi. Shivangi got her, she's VU2 EIC, and she got her license in 2017-2018. So she's as old as LARC itself. So she's been operating since 2017. She's also got a store called radiobrewery.com. So if you need anything, you know who to ask for discounts. She also has extreme variety of things on sale. So you can learn from her what to buy and how to buy. She has excellent ideas on what it takes to motivate ladies in ham radio. So let's hear her out. And lastly, we have Shivani. Shivani is doing her second year in BSc Life Sciences. She's also a farmer, and she is on Ecolink almost every day. She's a very active ham. She got her license in 2021, and she regularly comes on air and practices CW. Do you also practice CW? So now we have 3 great panelists who are actually conducting ham radio ops every day, right? So let's get started with the first question. So I want to start with Shivani, as she's the youngest here today. I want to ask you, Shivani, what was the first time that you got inspired to try out ham radio, and what is the first action you took?
Good afternoon, one and all. My name is Shivani. When I was studying 8th class, I got interested in ham radio because of Jilani sir. His call sign is old call sign OND, now present LYV. His new call sign. He told for us about ham radio, how to use in future activities. When I was here came first. When I was in 9th class, I came here. That time my call sign was not there. That time SWL, who sponsored this Lamakaan, I thank for them because of they sponsored to us. Our school members come to here because of help to Jilani sir. They told for Jilan sir gave for us, inspired to us. So we came here, we saw here good people, and we learned to them new things. We become some great people, like we can think more and more about Lamakaan. Then we wrote, when I was 9th class, we wrote ham radio exam. In our school too, 50 members got license. There is a Shiva Prasad also came, VU3 IVN, our Jilani sir also came. When I became Lamakaan, that time my call sign is VU3 IVO. Now second time I came here because of Jilani sir. TSMS Model School Dindi.
Yeah, hi, this is Shivangi. My call sign is VU2 EIC, Echo India Charlie. And I got into this field of ham operations and, this transmitting and all because of my husband. His call sign is VU3 RQX. So this was his childhood passion that he wanted to become a ham. And I was not aware of it, what is ham and what else. So in around 2016, he has got some idea about becoming a ham. He has joined a club, and then he has taken the exam. Several things happened. So one day he was wondering to set up an antenna, HF antenna. It's a dipole antenna on the terrace, and we used to live in a high rise. So that building was around 20 floors. So my husband was taking a chance to, go up on the terrace and fix a ham antenna there, this HF antenna. So I helped him there. And I was wondering what he's doing with the wires and, plastic, pipes and all, how it will work. So I helped him just because of the safety. I was, taking little safety in charge for him, and then I was helping him. And when I came down and he has started transmitting and getting the signals, and I was wondering, just with the wire and this all, what is happening here? No mobile signal, nothing, and something happened. So that was a first, flicker, what the word she used, that happened to me. And I thought, this is something new. So then he was in need of lots of products, so we have started importing in bulk. And that was a group buy we did for so many hams, like big cables and things. And then later I got an idea, okay, why can't I sell this for hams? So we have opened I have opened this web store named radio.com. Ma'am? Yeah.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Bharati. I think everybody knows my call sign. The children, you can write it down. VU2RBI. Victor, uniform, number 2, Romeo, Bravo, India. We use phonetics when we go on SSB, right? So this is the clarification of my call sign, VU2RBI. I got my license in 1980, when I was 20 years old. Then I was a teacher at the time, 1980. I came from Guntur, and I want to work as a teacher after done my B.Ed. Then I was working for a few years, I think, not few years, 1 year or 2 years, I think. I was working as a teacher. And then I was staying with my brother-in-law. So he was my mentor, Mr. Suri. He was now the chairman, and now he is only patron for the National Institute of Amateur Radio. And then, then what happened? He was asking me, you want to become a teacher or you want to become a ham radio operator? I said, 80s, Brahmin lady talking to the gents is very funny. So my parents will not allow me to talk to any gents. That too, and 20 years old. I said, no, to become a ham operator, I want to see how it is. Then I joined in ham radio. I learned it, but now it is just a spoon feeding, ham radio. But when we were there in 1980s, it was 4 types of licenses, like restricted, grade 2, grade 1, and advanced amateur radio license. Then I have qualified all these 4 licenses. I am a botany student, for your information, but now with this experience of 45 years, I know a little bit of technical things. I know what is the antenna, what is the radio, what is the power supply, everything. So that way I joined in ham radio, and my first thing in 1983, then she was asking me after 3 years for getting the license, what have you done? I had been to an expedition to Lakshadweep, Kavaratti Island, 1983. The same year, I have saved 4 people from Andaman Islands, not Andaman, Arabian Sea. There is a small ship called Yeti who carried 4 people, and I think one is a ham radio operator, American radio ham. And then American radio ham has connected with ham radio, and he was sending the messages to all over India. And I got a chance to talk to that guy. And then I got all SOS signals from him, and I have conveyed this message to my director. The director went to the naval department, and naval people immediately set up a ham radio station at Vizag. And then all this happened within 2 days' time, and then we have saved all 4 people, including American, and all 4 are DX people only, means out of India only. So all these 4 people have bring it back to Vizag, and then they left to their own countries. So that was the second thing I did in 1983, and my news appeared in all newspapers and everything. But I'm so proud to become a ham operator from that day to now. 2024, I'm on radio, I'm talking to all radio hams, and those who visited and participated here in ham convention, I spoke to them on the radio on 14215 or 200 or 70, means 40 meter everywhere. So I'm so happy to be a ham. I wish all these children to become hams in US or in Japan. 5 years old, children are getting licenses and they are active and they are working on the radio. So I wish all of you should become ham operators soon.
Thank you, Bharti ma'am. So if you want to go home today, you should go on to ChatGPT and you should type in, what do you know about VU2 RBI Bharti? ChatGPT will give you a full essay. That is the length of the 45 years of experience. Yeah, no, I'm sure you'll get the entire website of vu2rbi.com. So that brings me to the next question. We've discussed diversity, which is how YLs have come into ham radio. Let's also discuss inclusion. Inclusion is effectively old men helping YLs come in. I know for a fact that Farhan and Sasi have really helped me over the last 3 years to get on Ecolink, to get my license, and to start transmitting. I wanted to understand again from Shivani first, because she's the youngest here, and then go on to Shivangi, because Shivangi, you mentioned something very interesting about how women buy from you. So I'd like you to talk a little bit about that, about who are the people who helped you in this journey, especially OMs.
When we got license at the inter first year, that time what we did first, this Lamakaan club donated for us ham radio set that we are using in our school evening times. When our school time over, 4:45 to 5 o'clock, we are using that ham radio set. Our in charge Jilani sir helped to for us how to use Morse code, that we learn at 4:45 to 5 o'clock. That time in net anybody will not stay. That time Jilani sir called to Venugopal sir. Venugopal sir for them contact doing VU2 FGD, VU2 XZ, Sesi sir, Ramcharan sir, they have helped to us how to listen, how to operate ham radio. In that we know about speaking skills, learning skills. We can learn with the ham radio, we can listen. Because of they will talk fast, their call sign, that we have to understand. So daily like that we are practicing. We understood how they will talk, how they will come, some frequency it will stay, how it will come. Like that we started after license we got. After that time, for me, Jilani sir gave one gift, Hacky Talk. With that, thank you sir to give me that gift, Hacky Talk. I don't know how to use that. Then I asked, he gave for me work, how to use your choice. You have to learn. Like that told for me Jilani sir. Then I asked to Venugopal sir. Venugopal sir simply told, you have to more contacts, you will know more things. So in ham, so many members are there. Example, Bharati ma'am, VU2 RBI, he gave her number. Means I contact to her. That time she was American, somewhere place she is there. That time she told, I am unable to, is there. I cannot talk with you, I can chat, like that madam told. So again what I do madam, how I can learn this thing, I don't know how to use ham radio, how I learn. I asked to Bharati madam. Then Bharati madam told office, NIAR office, there Joe sir will stay, Mohan sir will stay, Their Rama madam, her sister, own sister, VU2 MYL, her own sister, their own office is their NIAR office. I went there, how to learn Hacky Talk, how to use, they told for me about us Hacky Talk, how to use their frequency, PPT, how to press, how to talk with them, other person, which frequency, how to stay, they are help to us. And their Mohans are also easier. In that time, only Ecolink, we every time I talk on Ecolink, morning and evening section. So sometimes only Ecolink not, there also DMR net also is there. Like that, Bharati madam helped to me. Their DMR net also is there. In that, so many people are will come. So many big peoples, good people, so many members people are come in that. We can learn more things. Like that, Bharati madam told. She told, but I don't know that how to do in my phone, how to upload, how to download, I don't know. Again she told, again I asked for her, how to use ma'am this, I don't know about this, this is not there. I asked again. Again she told, you can help to, you can ask for Joe sir, you can ask for Mohan sir, she told. Again I went to office, I asked to for them, they helped for me. That DMR net in Android phone, it's a difficult because of it 3 days over. It's install my phone. 3 days over. That after I install in that, I went in that, I listened but I did not talk because of I don't know that process. I did not talk. But now this time I will practice to how to go there. Like that. This all because of Venugopal sir for me first told how to use, how to talk with other persons. You have to more contact, you will know more information. Like that, he will send for me all about numbers. Sesi sir number, Ram Charan sir number, Bharati madam number, all numbers he will send to me. I will ask for him doubts, he will clarify, you will ask with these persons. Again I will ask that members. When I will some doubts, in my Ecolink, some problem is there. It will not come daily. Some corrections it will stay. I will ask for Bharati madam. Bharati madam will help to me. Again, she also, I have young lady group. She told me you can net control in that. She told. No, this time too I will practice net control also. I am becoming net control in that app. Ecolink, I am becoming in that. Okay, thank you madam for giving chance to that.
May I have the question once again, please?
Who motivated you? This is a matter of inclusion now. So, who motivated you to get in? Who among the OMs and the YLs were helpful in to get into ham radio and start operating?
So that's a big question, because the list is endless. There are several OMs and YLs also, those who have inspired me, because once I got into this thing, there were many events which I have attended. Like I used to try to attend because of my business, of course, but then Maha Meet is an event which happens at Mahabalipuram. So there we used to get the chance to introduce one by one we can introduce ourselves. So that is the place where several people they have motivated is a word, or maybe they have inspired me about it, like how gracefully they are taking this hobby with their regular life, and they have their shack and they are operating it maybe daily or whenever they get time. And then those people, when they talk, it will be not like a general public talking. It will be like something you will get, like what they are talking, why they are talking in some different languages. What is this? Why E is standing for echo, not elephant? These kind of phonetics which we use. So this is a different lifestyle for a person, those who are a regular person. So these all things were there. And of course, when I have a shack at home because of my husband, so every day it's a different day. So every day, sometimes we open call sign is we interesting thing. So because I handle the stall here, and I feel like there are, I think, 20-30 people, 20-30 OMs, of course. They come and they buy from us, and then they say that I'll pay here, but you send to my friend's place or somewhere else, or maybe I'll come to your place and pick it up, because my XYL, she might not she might not like it that I'm spending this much here. So then that time it hits me, like, why not? Because why, if I'm getting into it, I'm getting the interest into this, so why not other wives of the OMs can take interest into it? So I guess there is a third question where I'll tell you that what I thought, how it can be rectified, I'll tell you once I'll get the mic again. So these OMs are, facing the challenges from the ladies at home, which should not happen, because when I am getting inspired, I'm a regular general, a lady then, but I'm getting inspired of this entire tradition of ham and all. So why not other ladies? So yeah, they face a lot of challenges from the ladies at home to buy the products, to enhance their hobby, to get into it easily and all. So I'll come up with the ideas which I have. Yeah, solution maybe. Yeah.
What is the question you are going to ask? Who helped you? Who is motivating you in your journey of ham? Motivation, lot. Hello, motivation means I don't require any motivation. I started in 1980 itself, I told you. 1983 is my first expert. 2004 expedition, Andaman expedition during the tsunami time. I was the instrumental there during the tsunami time. And then I never expected after the tsunami I go around the world, and I got a free ticket, free accommodation, free awards and certificates from all over the world. And 2006, I think, 2005, I'd been around the world along with my husband. And then I'd been to Japan, America, Russia, America, Japan, and UK, Europe, and up to Scandinavian countries I'd been there, and even Australia, Japan. I got different types of awards and certificates because of my ham radio. And my another inspiration, and that I got a chance to meet Queen Elizabeth in 2010. I don't know whether you know the person, Queen Elizabeth. 2010 I had been there, I had a tea with her, and then I gave a speech on Westminster Abbey in 2010. The same time, I got another award from Rashtrapati Bhavan. Dr. Patel has given an award on amateur radio. I'm the first lady, had been to all over the world on ham radio. I'm the first lady, had been to expeditions, 6 expeditions on amateur radio. And then I am also participated different relief activities. Not only that, I started with the beginning, training, demonstrations, talks on amateur radio. When I was there in Delhi for 30 years, I have trained ambassadors in their embassies. And then I've trained small children, like 7th class children in Delhi Public School, and also some other schools in Delhi. So I know I can teach 7th class student, I can teach ambassadors, and I think 100 years old, not 100 years, 82 years old. I think everybody knows Dr. Tata Rao. Dr. Tata Rao is ex-chairman of AP Electricity Board. He was 80 years old, and then he got a license because of me. I used to go to Electricity Board, and I used to teach him for ham radio. So that was my experience in training in ham radio. It's almost 45 years experience. Now Now at present, what is my interest to go around the world and see. Wherever I go, because of ham radio, wherever I go, I get a good hospitality by Radio Ham. I don't ask them, you provide me transport or you provide me accommodation. Once they know that I'm coming over there, then I do get good hospitality by Radio Ham. And this last visit, I visited the US. I want to visit ARRL, Amateur Radio Relay League. That was in Connecticut. And I told that ARRL staff that I'm going to visit ARRL. Immediately the station manager, he said, Bharati, I know you very well. You visited 1987. I still have your photograph with me. Once you come, I will show you the picture. So he showed me the picture when I visited ARRL. And then, the ARRL people have printed the information in their website that I visited ARRL and operated the station. Within 2 hours' time, I made 129 countries, 129 contacts in ARRL national headquarters. The beauty here it is, I wanted to tell you, the guy who is in Connecticut, he is a Radio Ham and he is a Telugu person, and he said, Bharati madam, you come over there, I will take you from the airport to the ARRL and ARRL to the airport. You don't worry, that is a one-day visit. And he helped me a lot, including food and everything. So I don't have any problem wherever I go. I'm a lady, and a lot of people think, oh, lady going there, but still, I'm telling you, as a Radio Ham, wherever you go, you get a very good hospitality. So I'm just telling you all, be Radio Ham. Don't be paper license holders. Be active. Be in touch with Radio Ham. I'm sure you will enjoy your life, and I'm sure you will get good satisfaction, and you can service to the nation. That is very, very important to your life. So the youngsters, please try to become Radio Ham soon and be in touch with the world and make global friendship.
Round of applause, please. So I don't know about you, but I think all 300 of us got motivated just now. So thank you, ma'am. It looks like you're a born motivator. So we are out of time, and there's a fox hunt going on outside. So everybody who's registered for fox hunt, please proceed. But Shivangi can always answer questions on how to encourage your wives or girlfriends to take part in ham radio. So thank you so much for attending this panel discussion. You just made it so much more interesting. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for Lamakaan Amateur Radio Society for giving me the chance to say few words on amateur radio. I'm also thankful to my National Institute of Amateur Radio who brought me such a level to me, and I'm very thankful to the institute.
Students, మీ అందరికీ నేను తెలుసు కదా, మరి నన్ను హ్యామ్ చేసింది కూడా మన భారతి మేడం. సో తర్వాత మీకు నార్ల తాతారావు గారి గురించి చెప్పింది కదా, అయితే ఆయన ఎలక్ట్రికల్ జీనియస్ ఇంజనీర్ అనమాట. ఎలక్ట్రికల్ డిపార్ట్మెంట్ మన ఆంధ్ర మొత్తం అంతా ఎంతమంది ఇంజనీర్లు ఉంటారో వాళ్ళందరికన్నా హయ్యెస్ట్ నాలెడ్జ్ ఇంజనీర్గా చాలా పేరు ప్రఖ్యాతలు సంపాదించిన చాలా పెద్ద ఇంజనీర్. ఆయన పేరు మీద విజయవాడలో 3000 మెగావాట్ పవర్ స్టేషన్ నడుస్తుంది, నార్ల తాతారావు థర్మల్ పవర్ స్టేషన్. అంత పెద్ద దేశానికి ఎలక్ట్రిసిటీ థర్మల్ వేలో ఇచ్చిన నార్ల తాతారావు గారిని కూడా మరి హ్యామ్లో ట్రైన్ చేశారు మన భారతి మేడం. తర్వాత నలుగురిని సేవ్ చేశారని చెప్పారే, అది మీరు ఎక్కడో కనుక్కోలేదు. మీరు నలుగురిని సేవ్ చేయటం ఇక్కడ కాదు, ఎక్కడ అక్కడ సేవ్ చేయటాన్ని తన మాటల్లో మీకు చెప్పినప్పుడు మీకు అర్థమైందో లేదో నేను మళ్ళీ చెప్తాను మీకు. ఓకే, ఆల్ ద బెస్ట్.
Tell you the small children who would like to become Radio Ham, who would like to contact me, and then I can teach you all on online. If you are interested, it's free for you. And those who are interested, they can talk to me, they can send me the message. We will make the group on online. I will teach you electronics, communication, and Morse code on online. It is a free for you all. I want to see your hands.
వన్స్ అగైన్ మన శివాని కదమ్మా మీ పేరు. శివాని గురించి నాకు బాగా ఇన్స్పిరేషన్ ఎలా అనిపించిందంటే, తను హ్యామ్ అవటమే కాదు, తన స్కూల్లో ఉన్న అందరినీ హ్యామ్ చేసింది. ఎంతమంది? 51 అందరినీ, అంటే 100% హ్యామ్ చేయటం అంటే చిన్న విషయం కాదు. అందుకని నా తరపున, మన అందరి తరపున ఒకసారి పెద్ద బిగ్ హ్యాండ్. డెఫినెట్లీ కమ్ టు యువర్ స్కూల్.
Farhan, are you ready for the EFHW?
But they did not. They went another colleges name. So they didn't take. One more point I have to say. Another ham also for us helped. I forgot to him. VU3 YDV. Karnakar sir also helped to us, but I forgot that time. Thank you sir for helping to us for hams. So many members hams help to us. We become hams. Because of hams to hams help, more hams will come. Now another 70 members also came our school from Suryapeta, another school members. So thank you sir for us helping to us. I will listen YouTube channel, Ramesh sir channel also I will listen every morning time because of Venugopal sir. Venugopal sir tell to me, you listen his channel, you will get inspired to us. You can become you have to become like Bharati ma'am, like that told for me Venugopal sir. So okay sir, thank you, I will become like that. Thank you sir. Main point, Jilani sir, thank you sir. Because of I became ham, I became here because of you. Thank you sir. Thank you for all hams who are helping to us. Thank you ma'am.
Thank you so much, Shivani. Thank you for your presentation. We have the EFHW workshop now with Farhan. So all those who have registered can please proceed here. Thank you.
Whoever have registered for fox hunting can please gather near the basketball court. It has already started. Everyone, please join here for EFHW session by Farhan sir. Whoever have registered, please join here for EFHW session.
Right? So from here, you can, the two holes are there. Just pull it off the other hole and it will stay there. That's it. So, to make this, I'll show you. There we go. So, this is what it looks like. Actually, one hole I made is bigger, but the BNC is there. And for BNC, the coil is there, and the capacitor is this itself, right? So you basically from here, 66 feet of wire, and you also need a little bit of a counterpoise, right? So you have a little bit of counterpoise, and that's it. Now, there's no tuning, but you can still tune it. So say, let's say instead of 66 feet, you have only 50 feet of wire. Okay, you can adjust this one. Okay, yeah, and to slightly increase the capacitance, this is a trick. You can actually put blobs of solder on it to increase the mass. Okay. In about half an hour's time, you have an end-fed half wave, and it requires nothing. What it actually requires is of spending your money on end-fed half wave, buy a nano VNA. Because what will happen with the nano VNA is it will tell you where the dip is. SW meter will tell you that it's not working here. Whether you have to put longer coil, shorter coil, more capacitance, it will not tell you. But if you have a nano VNA, it will tell you that. Okay. So the important thing is invest in the nano VNA rather than this end-fed half wave provide and all that. And you see how light this is. It can even be made lighter by using a smaller coil, right? And you can actually put a three-way switch to the tap on this for 15 meters to the shorter, capacitor here. Or actually you can divide this into 3 capacitances. Either way, you can play with this. You have the concept now that capacitance is bigger chunks are bigger capacitors, smaller small capacitors, right? What you have to invest in is a good capacitance meter and your set. You can make all sorts of SIMINARs using this as the first. Right? So we already have actually got this fabricated for you guys. Because I think, the thing is, fabricating it is easy, but tuning it here, given that each one is 66 feet, would have taken time. So Yasir, just give it out to these guys. Okay. For each one of them, you actually,
So you don't have to switch any cut. Only one cut is required. You require power cut behind. Both sides. Only one cut. Only one cut. Mine doesn't have any. Mine has one. Yeah. One cut will actually be at the back. Farhan, you have the cut behind also, na? This capacitor cut you have behind also.
What?
जो cut किया है capacitor के लिए.
नहीं, behind is ground. That has to be as it
behind is ground. It doesn't matter. So only so much is there. Counterpoise. Okay.
See, the side that is cut. Right. You are putting this on the other side. So this is all ground. This is one part of the ground and this is the other part of the capacitor. So between the BNC and this capacitor, you put the inductor with 25 turns on it.
Yeah. I am registered. I did not register for it. Yeah. I will not register.
एक मिनट दे दो एक बार
मैं आपको बना देता हूँ
हाँ बना दे MSW
No, you have to register.
MSB?
But you will give me
Have you accept? Actually, take them.
This isn't the one I did not do. Yeah. No, I hadn't registered.
FGO? Alexei. Yeah, Katie, show it to me before. Alexei, what is the simplest circuit that you can home brew? Can you share it? Right? And it works very well. It works very well. And what happens is, once you have mastered measuring the capacitance and as a result also the inductance, then with the nano VNA or even with some simple SWR meter, you can always tune it up. See, the way to do it is, if you don't have a VNA, you just have an SWR built into your transceiver or whatever, you take, instead of 66 feet, you start with 90 feet and keep cutting the wire until you get it there. Whoever registered, they got, no? Right. If there is anyone missing who did not get, who registered and did not get. And what is the brand of that meter? Multimeter, Mastec, I think it's Mastec. I'm using it for the last 7-8 years and I haven't changed the battery till now. Oh. And actually, it's very sensitive. I measure up to about 0.5 pf with it, accurately. Oh. Yeah, I was very surprised. 0.1 pf, 0.5 pf. SMD, it's an SMD tweezer. So you can just pick up the SMD capacitor and what? Huh? That's the antenna. Count for. You have to put up. Oh, that's a constructed one. Demo. What is this? That's your antenna wire. I think he kept the other one. Wrong one. Oh, he's kept the wrong one. Yasser? Yes, sir. जाके देखो oh those no that is to wind the 25 turns on the coil. Okay, that's to wind the 25 turns on the coil, and the black one is your antenna. No, that's the ground down. Then where's the 66? There's a counter for it. Oh, 66 feet. Very low. That's what I was wondering. It's very small. The black wire. You guys collect this. Yeah, the main wires are here. This is the area. Now it's the area line. The black wires. That is all those who have the packet, give them one wire. Now it's that has to be sorted on the bottom side. Yeah. Let me actually draw this out for you. Hang on. So basically, those who have the kits, you have to give them one. I'll tell you how it is. Okay. So you have this strip like this, right? And one side of the strip you have a cut here. The bigger side is a capacitor. And here there's a hole. In this hole, you have to fix the BNC like this. The BNC is coming from bottom. Okay. So the BNC is the ground. Here is the black wire. Okay. And between these two, here you'll get this guy, and this is the coil. Okay? 1 inch, 25 turns. Okay? The other end here basically solders onto this side. And from here, this is the red wire. And this is the black. Achha, now, how to put this wire, which way to put the wire, is an important thing. It depends on what you want to do. If you want to check onto the regular nets, okay, take it at the most about 15 feet high into a tree and then tie it down. In which case, the wave goes like that. If you want DX, you want the wave not to go like this but like that. In which case, the wire has to be as vertical as possible. So you have to make it go as high as possible.
at all times, the wire should never double up. Keep it at 90 degrees or like this. So for VX, this is best if you can make it. It's 33.5 if you can find a bamboo or something. Or you make it in a V shape. Okay? But if you are trying to do local nets and all that, make it that way. So the lower it is like this, the better is the local coverage, but no DX. This way it will go more DX but less of that. Okay? But it's very easy to try it out. There is no coax involved for you to take along. You can connect it directly to your radio, and from your radio you can use it. Okay? Just as high as you can. Okay, let's not say, see, what will you do if I say ideal should be 200 feet? You can't do anything. So forget about it. Just get on it.
Decrease the capacitance, you said?
To decrease capacitance, you have to decrease the size of this plate. Okay. You can cut it from there if you want. Okay. But you don't have to in this case. But if you have to do it, okay, what you do is you take a copper clad, measure the capacitance. Actually, the capacitance is almost the same. Right? There are calculators to calculate the capacitance of PCBs. Okay. This is 1.6 mm FR4. FR4 PCB. Right? You see what is the capacitance per square centimeter. Okay. That many square centimeters you can take away.
So when we reduce the capacitance,
Yeah.
if it is going into quarter wave,
Yeah.
what is happening to the transmission power?
Sorry?
The power. What is happening to the power?
So power reflects back into the transmitter. The transmitter gets hotter and less power goes out. Okay? But even then it doesn't matter, really. What matters is that the power coming back may hurt the transmitter. So SWR's major challenge is to prevent damage to the transmitter itself. Unless you're using 1 watt, 2 watt QRP guys like me, we actually overuse our power. It's a good thing that it gets lost. So, you know, less QRM on the bands. Any more questions?
कितना लेंथ है लिया that is 66 and what is the copper plate
Copper plate
I have about 7-8 feet.
11 inches, 11 centimeters.
It's not a requirement.
वो एक स्केल होगा वहाँ पे स्केल लिया ना
This is 6.4 now.
ये लो भाई
6.4.
देख लो सब कुछ
Huh?
That is important
No, my piece. My piece is at a
64
6.4. 6.4.
इसमें 20 पे
here is the connector
वो भी हाफ हो जाएगा ये भी हाफ हो जाएगा
no connector will be here connector will be here coil yeah there and
inner
there
cages will break
connector के बीच में और इधर
that's the only thing
and यहाँ से wire
so
will go
by
out
the way I have one more project for you guys. You get these light switches which are 3-way light switches, right? So what you do is, so this full is 40. You can actually take taps, right? So now you make a 3-way switch, which will switch between these 3, right? And here also 3 different capacitances, right? This is your dry band. So this will be 40, 20, 50. So this is 15, 20, 40. This is 50 PF. This is 25 PF. This is 12.5 PF. Right? Pole is 10 microhenries. This is 5 microhenry. So don't think that instead of 25 turns, if you put 12 turns, it will be 5 microhenry. Probably 2.5 microhenry. So go to this calculator and calculate back. When you are calculating, the length can't be 1 inch. 1 inch is all 25 turns. So you should try for, let's say, 14 turns, or let's say if you're saying 12 turns, then it will be some 0.4 inches or something. So, or you'll have to spread it out. Right? So this will become a 3-band thing. And the ultimate is put a variable capacitor here. Put a variable capacitor here, and on the inductor, take taps. I'll tell you how to take taps on the inductor. बड़ा वाला coil है ना? So I'll tell you how to do that. So let's say that you need turns. This is 25.
Yes.
No, 25 turns, right? So let's say you need a tap every second turn.
What is the wire gauge?
Any 22, I think. This is 22. Okay. So I start this, right? I take the first turn. Now on second, this is first turn, second turn. Second turn I want a tap. So what I do is I just twist the wire out like that.
Okay.
Continuity is still there, right? Now you take the turn. Another 2 turns, twist the wire again.
Okay.
Right? So
let it not be in the same place, slightly different.
And every two turns you can take one, right?
No. I mean to say along the thing should not be in the same line.
Slightly up and down. Then you can wire this to a rotary thing. So now you can actually rotate this anyway, that, and you have a capacitance. Right? Okay. Suppose you don't have a variable capacitor, what do you do? So what you do is, if you have 2 of these and you can slide them over each other, the capacitance changes, right? I mean, this is ATPF. So if I have one more thing here, which I can slide back and forth, right? Yeah.
Because all the other dimensions are same.
Yeah, same, right? If they're completely out, it's 0. Up to here, it is 160.
There should be a paper.
No, this is itself there, no?
No. Okay.
See, what you do is, this is ground. Okay. You have one other guy.
Yes.
For that guy also, the bottom is ground.
Okay.
The top is the hot end of the capacitor. Right? So you can slide them back and forth. Wherever it's coming, you put a clip, cloth clip, and you are done. Actually, a lot of electronics you can understand by not using electronic components. Right? I once made a full crystal radio without using any electronic components. From earphone, see, oil capacitor you know how to make. It requires a diode. In place of a diode, you can use these galena crystals. And earpiece you can make for the magnetic field.
That blue color blade was there earlier. Blue color blade, shaving blade.
Yeah, shaving blade.
And a safety pin.
Okay guys, so connect your wires, and if you have any problems, ask for the lab. Which is everywhere water. I want some water.
कार मिल गया आशुतोष दिखा more model.
Very useful. Especially for capacitor.
Plastic अच्छा है, SMD के
I use them once. Get some guys in here, but otherwise it's.
फर्क नहीं पड़ेगा, any gauge. Power handling.
Yeah, power handling. So that's why this 22 gauge will take 200-300 watts. See, there's an important thing, because it's air core, there is no power saturation. There's no power loss. So you can even use it with 1 kilowatt. This matching unit can be used with 1 kilowatt. It will work without problem.
Yes.
Huh? Yeah. You go to that
कैलकुलेटर करो भाई, कुछ काम करो. अरे सॉलिड टाइप पे मत करो. सॉलिड पाइप यू वांट एयर कोर.
एयर कोर इट शुड बी सॉलिड.
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. वो
air inside. Actually, you know what you do? When you wind it, put 2 or 3 turns of newspaper and wind it over that, and then you put aerotite. Then take out the pipe.
It is not mine. It is JTA.
Pipe is enough.
It is not mine.
Okay.
I carry my head like this. You can 3D print it. Or one of our charkis.
Where is the LC? Where is the LC boy? Capacity का.
No, so what I have done is, this is my version of infrared half wave. I have.
So you put a gang condenser.
Yeah, actually I put 2 gang condensers. And this can tune anywhere. So as opposed to the APU 100, this does not consume any power, which is important during field trips.
Guys, the session on quota and field operations is happening at Seminar Hall. In case you want to join, please do join in there.
Achha, here we'll start the AMSAT session. AMSAT will actually run a presentation on
Check this content, I don't think they have it.
HF में इसमें स्पेस डाल दिया। अच्छा। ऊपर आने वाला मेरा बार बेड नचनेगा पैन कार्ड को चान आप కాదు నువ్వు నెంబర్ ఇవ్వండి లేదురా నువ్వు అడిగిస్తా అని చెప్పినవుగా అప్పుడు హాస్పిటల్ ఇంకా రాలేదు వాడు ఆఫీస్కి రాలేదు వాడు లోపల వాడు 6 రూమ్లో ఉన్నాడు అమ్మాయిలు రాలేదా వర్క్ ఉందండి మీకు ప్రోగ్రామ్ మేడం
They've got a long way to go.
అదే వచ్చా నేను అంటా ఉంటుంది వాళ్ళు ఎంతమంది వచ్చారు వాళ్ళు నాకు అన్నారు వాళ్ళ అబ్బాయి ఒకడు ఒకళ్ళు 6 ఇష్యూ ఏంది ఇంకా ఫోన్ నెంబర్ ఇలాంటి ఇలా నువ్వు కొట్లాడదామంటే మన మీద ఉపరాశాలి నువ్వు ఇప్పుడు నేను నిన్న కాదు నెంబర్ అడిగితే అమ్మాయి ఫోన్ చేసి ఏంది నీకు అబ్బాయి నెంబర్ ఎందుకు నీకు అంటుంది. క్యాంటీన్ ఎందుకు నీకు వాళ్ళవరా ఏమన్నా అబ్బాయి నెంబర్ ఎందుకు నీకెందుకు అంటుంది. నేనేం చేస్తారా కాదు అమ్మాయికి ఎందుకు బాగా ఏం చేస్తాను ఇష్టం ఉంది ఏంది లేదా సారా చాలా నన్ను కొత్తోడే పోతున్నారు చెప్పాలా ఇప్పుడు అన్నాను ఉండాలి అంటున్నారు కొత్తోడు చెప్తే వెళ్తున్నారు నేనప్పుడు అక్కడ చెట్టు అది వెళ్తానంటే ఈ దారికి వెళ్తాను చూస్తాను అమ్మకి కాల్ చేసి చెప్పిన సార్ అంటారా నాకేం తెలుసురా ఆయన అంటాడు నాకు తెలియదు ఆయన చెప్తుండ సార్ एक मिनट.
वीडियो इनकोडर ना, वीडियो इनकोडर है ये यूट्यूब तो कनेक्ट है ना. ये कितना का आता है? काम लेता है, काम लेता है. मुझे चाहिए काम के लिए. ये पूरा कितना है ना ये? हाँ, ये वाईफाई से कनेक्ट है ना. ये कितने का है? हाँ, और ये दुबई यहाँ मिलता है, हैदराबाद में. हाँ, 20,000. कहाँ मिलता है? इधर.
चलो चलो जल्दी. ओके सर, रेडी? यस. ओके. అన్న ఫోటో ఒక్క నిమిషం అయిపోయింది ఫోటో తీసావా అక్కడ తీసిన ready, sir? लाइव लाइव बाय బాయ్
అక్కడికి వెళ్ళి మొత్తం తీసుకొని వచ్చి స్టార్ట్
సెమినార్ హాల్లో ఒక 2-3 ఫొటోస్ తీయాలి సార్ అక్కడ
షూర్ డెఫినెట్లీ
అందుకే
పదండి వస్తున్నా పదండి రికార్డింగ్ ఆపు అది వెళ్ళేసి అవుట్లుక్ కూడా
మీరు వస్తున్నారు
నేను వస్తున్నా అవుట్లుక్ ఒకసారి
Cameraman Chandra, last 7 was very successful, a big success.
Thanks to Farhan sir.
Thanks to Farhan sir, the coordinators, the volunteers.
ఈ మొత్తం
సరే
was the president that time. And so this was my club president, Raju Sagi. We used to, what is his name? Sorry, I'm not sure. And so this, you can see Bob. That time he was the secretary for AMSAT India. So we are, and this is the guy from Netherlands. He owned RAH, William Lionel, who designed the second transponder for the AMSAT. And this was at Airport Subramanian's house, our late Guru Viju Jiwa. He was also there in the program. And this is what during the thermal testing, the most important test, where we, so you can see the exploded tube. This is the actual satellite, you can see, without the solar panels. So this was undergoing, this was my lab, where I was working. That is the space environmental simulations. So it's me along with my colleague. So the satellite was about to put into the chamber, and so this was in the year 2003, yes, 2004, and so this was the testing. He was testing the whole spacecraft, and AMSAT in a way was a fantastic satellite. So at that time, ISRO, we were making satellites weighing about 2 tons, 2.5 tons. And we started with small satellites like Strauss, Lomidi and all that. So all of a sudden in India we migrated to making bigger satellites. And at this stage, at 2003 when we started the AMSAT, so it was difficult for us to put even our hands inside the satellite because it's so small. Okay, so it was just about 0.5 meter, 500 mm by 500 mm. So it was so small, and you can see sitting on the vibrator table. So AMSAT India played a very important role in coordinating with ISRO in the AMSAT project, largely in the area of payload configuration testing, in-orbit performance evaluation, and user interface. And AMSAT was designated as PO52 by IARU, and it was launched by PSLV C6 on May 5th, 2005, and it was a maiden flight for the second launch pad. So ISRO, until then we were having only one launch pad at Sriharikota. And then we had the second launch pad called SLP, and so AMSAT along with the Cartosat was the maiden flight for that from that particular second launch pad. So it was a great success, and AMSAT had 2 linear transponders in UV configuration. One was made by ISRO, another one by the William Lionel PE1RAH. And so till the end of the life, AMSAT India was in touch with the AMSAT organizer on the board for the user interface, and remained as the focal point with ISRO in partnership with our radio club. We have a radio club in ISRO, Upagramich Radio Club in our center in Bangalore. Earlier it was called as the ISRO Satellite Center. Now it is called as the URL Satellite Center. So, and I'm the station director for the radio club. So we also played a very major role in that. So after the successful launch and AMSAT India team, Pratap, we to POP. So we met our director, center director, Dr. P.S. Goyal, and so it was me, and then we had a discussion, and Mr. Tyagarajan, who was the program director, so he was also present, and this is the whole team, AMSAT India team. Yeah, that's Dr. P.S. Goyal. Later will become the secretary for the Minister of Earth Sciences. And so Pratap recorded the first conversation over India, and so we played in a tape recorder, and he was very keenly listening to that. It's a SSB voice communication we had. So this is the payload. So Farhan, your pet project, and so this is the whole thing payload. And extra things we just did the platform, and this is the DC-DC converter, and that is by ISRO. Yes, this was gifted by ISRO because we wanted to develop our own DC-DC converter. My director, he was so his magnanimous gesture was that he said, why don't you use, we have some surplus DC-DC in that converter. Maybe the converter alone will cost about 5 to 6 lakhs. So they gave us one, and along with that, we just put the whole thing on the aluminum platform, and a lot of conformal coating, all that we had to do, and we did. And all this we three of us did. Somu, Nitin and myself, and we did it. So AMSAT India with the AI Sat-1 designed and developed personally by Farhan, though we called it from Exceed Space, but it was done by Farhan. And the whole design, the coding, everything, the electronics, everything was done by Farhan. Really, this particular audience, I think some of you might be joined now. We have to give him a clap. And so this was my dream. Just I had this dream right from 2000, much before that. Indian handmade hardware should go into the space using our vehicles from our soil. So that was the first one. So really we were very happy to have a tie-up with Farhan, and we did it. And we worked in a very close quarters and we had very good coordination. So Farhan also made so many trips down to Bangalore and for the reviews he has to attend. He knows that, and he also worked with SpaceX, right, Farhan? So he knows how to deal with the space agencies. It's not that easy. So he had come down to Bangalore a couple of times, and so ISRO came up with a proposal to offer the spent four-stage of PSLV rocket as an orbiting platform itself with the payload attached directly to it. So in December 2008, ISRO offered this offer to us, and they asked us, because we made a proposal for the GEO. At that point in time they said it's not possible now, but we are going to give you the last spent stage of the PSLV. Are you willing to take up to do some experiments? So immediately we four were there, actually three were there with ISRO at that time, and so we didn't want to miss that opportunity, though we know that it's going to work for hardly 3 or 4 days, but somehow, so this is the opportunity coming in our way, just to see that Indian handmade hardware should go into the space. So we just told that, sir, give us 5 minutes, we have to call our friend, we'll come back. So they said, okay, you go. Just we came out of the conference room, we called Farhan. I told, we said, call Farhan to be last night. So Farhan immediately said, yes, you go ahead, and then we will do it. So with this assurance, otherwise we would have just left that opportunity. So Farhan said, yes, we will do it. And then immediately we told them, we signed the MOU that we are going to do, and then we contracted that to Exit Space, and Farhan took it up. And so that is how the story. And so here you can see AMSAT India contracted Exit Space to design and build the air center. And Farhan, you can see you are here. It's signing the MOU. And it was taken when the presentation was going on, so we forgot to switch on the lights there. It was in Ramesh School, VRMS Ramesh School. And so after that, Farhan was working very hard, and he has already developed an on-air testing he was doing. And so Somu and the team came down to Hyderabad, and they switched on the payload, keeping on the terrace, and they were going in the SUV vehicle.
Actually, January 20th we made the call. 1st February we delivered the payload.
Yeah.
10 days.
10 days. And we didn't just, took the delivery just like that. So we had to do the on-air testing. So he connected to his antenna here, and then Somu and Nitin along with Farhan, they went around Hyderabad driving long distances just to see the signals, and then receiving it. So it was a great experience. Just four of us working jointly. And then Farhan was handing over. Farhan, you can see some of the photographs.
Yeah, that's handover.
So Nitin, and here Somu was not in this photograph because he is the one who clicked the photo. So, and you can see the weight, if you can measure it, is about 628 grams, the payload, okay, without the platform. So Farhan weighed it and he handed over, and then the distributor, ASI distributor payload arrives in Bangalore. This is Nitin's home. So happily carried all the way from Hyderabad, and he has kept it proudly in his home for 2 days before bringing it to.
That box was designed by V2GT.
Yeah, okay. So, and then finally, ASI distributor payload arrives in Uttarakhand Radio Club, URC, in UR on Satellite Center. So this is our shack. You can see the payload is sitting on the desk here. So just connected and powered. So it came to our club first. And then prior to the environmental test, we have done a lot of mechanical and electrical improvements to it at various stages in our center by AMSAT India and our members. So our members we changed connectors, and so we completely dismantled the whole payload package and the conformal coating, and so what things we have to do. So all that, because we have to make it to the flight-worthy level. So that is the reason. And
that antenna came out. Yes. Somebody at night. Yes. Midnight once
yeah. So what happened? I just come to that, and for this, only 3 of us: Somu, myself and Nitin. And the day night we have spent in my center for them because the different, because they are software guys. So probably they have not had the experience of working in the ships. So they have to stay in my office without brushing their teeth or anything. So day and night we work. And you can see Nitin, like the ISRO staff, we were just doing all that. So I made them to work extend hours. So you can see this is the DC-DC converter and the aluminum. Children, sure, excuse me. Quiet. Hello. So this is the board, and we have to do a lot of potting and all that. And so whatever possible, in 3 of us we could do. And Farhan, this is the hot and cold. You remember Raghavendra, the deputy director, Balaji, Nitin. So we have put it in the hot and cold high altitude chamber. And so the first test, this is Som Shekhar. And so this is, you can see still ESC, your t-shirt.
Why test it failed first time?
But
Connector came out.
Yeah.
Then you have to put the connector back.
And then this is during the, so following the hot and cold test, so we have to take the package to the almost orbital temperatures, what it achieves this, and we have to test this for the functionality. And again, after that, the set.
Listen, girls, keep quiet. Please. You go outside otherwise if you want to talk. Getting disturbed. Sorry. Go on.
So this is on the vibration table. The second test, it was on the vibration table. And so we have to do it for different G levels and different specifications. One is the random, one is the sign, and all that we have to do. And then so Farhan here and it's me. And all the 3 axes we have to do, X, Y, Z axis with the sign and the random with the different levels. And again, chalk test has to be done. So you can see, so seriously we were working. And after that, it was very, but one connector, SMA connector, during the vibration test flew off. And that is the only one small hiccup we had. And then the midnight we had to get the new one, and of course we had the space, everything we did it. And everything we were informing Farhan here in Hyderabad, what is happening there. So, and during one of the vibration tests, Farhan was there with us. And after that, the final test, again one of the important tests was the thermovac. And so this is called a 1 meter thermovac chamber. So we have loaded here. And for thermovac, I had to do the complete test because that time Somu and Nitin didn't have any holidays or leave. So I was doing it continuously for about 3 days, continuous non-stop, 24/7. So 5 cycles of short cycle and 24 hours long cycles extended, and all that goes on. You can see this ICOM radio we were using, and this is the power supply, temperature we monitored, and this is the peak, the power, all that purity, spectral purity, everything we have. And after that, so we went for the EMI EMC test. And so this is the payload. You can see it is just kept just before the test. And then, so after all the tests successfully completed in URO Satellite Center, the package was cleared for the EB check, that is the equipment based check with the PSLV last day. So this facility is there in Trivandrum called Helix. So we had to carry this payload. So we actually asked our director that we will take it tomorrow evening. Because one of the coding we had to do, we called you. So he said nothing doing. Your package is leaving today in the center. It's not going to come back. You have to take it. That's all. So hurriedly, we had to take this. So you can see the payload was put in the different box here now. And we booked a KSRTC bus from Bangalore. So we 3 of us booked 4 tickets in KSRTC. That is a pushback bus, and the bus was able to move, but it was not moving. He was not starting. Even after 10 minutes, we went and enquired the driver, why you are delaying it? He said, "Relax, sir, one passenger has to come." We said, "We booked 1 ticket for the bus." So he was thinking, he was counting, one person has to come. He said, no. So we booked 4 tickets, 3. So what for Somu, me and Nitin? 1 we booked it. So you can see we have tied it to the seat. So that is how we carried so safely. And after the test, the package, then from there, I carried to the Sriharikota, and this is the final leg of the journey of the payload. So I just carried, and this was my guest house. So I was just staying there, and the next day morning we had to deliver it. So this is the last stage of the PSLV, you can see. So there were so many dispensers, small satellites sitting along with us, and we got this deck to be mounted, and all that, I got the opportunity to do all that at one floor level here. I had to really, lie down on the ground and I had to fit it. So we got the chance to mount it at the bottom of the deck, the payload.
Where's the harness? Harness here, the harness.
Yeah, harness is going below the deck, and you can see the 4 antennas. It's an inverted head antenna, and it is 4 antennas we connected in the turnstile fashion. So 90 degrees apart, 4 antennas around the rim. And in one of the closest, that image is not here, you can see one antenna, another one antenna at 90 degrees, another on this side, and one more antenna. So 4 antennas, we had a network also, the power divider network, everything. And of course, there was a good, you can just see that. So this is the vehicle C-45. So I'm standing here, he was Dr. Rajan, the vehicle director. So this is the one last photograph we could take it when the rocket was in the assembly, vehicle assembly building. And this is the configuration. So where we had to, mount. And AISAT was successfully launched on 1st April on Fool's Day 2019, but it was a great success. And so 9:27 we had the liftoff from Sriharikota, and the first signals we got it around 12:37 IST from Russia, because the primary satellite has to be launched, and then 2 more orbits they have to do, bring down the satellite to the last stage to required altitude, and then the spacecraft was made out. So the first signals we got it from Russia, and that time it was interesting. So we had to take a 3 o'clock flight from Chennai. So we were traveling, we sat for a lunch somewhere in Salmana Bhavan near border to Chennai. And then we got a call message from the Russian guy telling we heard the signal. So it was a great feeling for all of us. So we started getting reports from worldwide, all the distributed packets. And this one is from Dr. Rabindranath Arvind from IST Trivandrum, and this is from Japan. And so we started getting it for about 2 years and 3 months. So it was a great success. So, and you can see this is the NORAD number as 44104 for the PSLV last stage engine. And so ground station antennas, these were some of the ground stations. This is our ground station in ISRO. We have a small ground station. And so observations. So what we observed from this particular experiment is the PS4, that's called the last stage of the PSLV experiment. The APRS payload on the platform created a lot of excitement. So then even for ISRO, it created an interest in them, because that was the first time ISRO used the last stage of the rocket for some useful purpose. So it created a very interest in the ISRO also. The pre-launch calculator elements helped predict the path all over the globe. Amateur radio station tried monitoring the beacon and distributing using various kinds of antennas at power levels. And those using directional gain antennas at the higher power levels more successful. The reason was half of the antennas all around were blocked by this small satellite dispensers. You would have seen that there were so many small satellites and boxes. So almost half the antennas and all the 4 antennas were being blocked. And moreover, this was not a 3-axis or a spin stabilized platform. It was simply tumbling mode. So that is another one reason, but otherwise it's a great success. And of course, many were using software-defined radios. And so you can see even AISAT was being mentioned in that APRS global network. So about the payload, this experiment amateur radio payload on 4-stage platform is an automatic packet encoding system, also called as distributor. APR is an amateur radio based system for the real-time digital communication using a 1200 baud data rate on 145.825 megahertz. So we all know that how APRS works. And just after that, again, we had a celebration mode. So we went straight, the AMSAT India team to ISRO headquarters. We met Dr. Shivan, who was the chairman. So we presented him with the request. This is our president, P2RMS Ramesh, and our mentor, UV Air Commander Subramanian, Nitin, V to RVJ, and this is the core committee member. I think Farhan, you remember Dr. Nageshwar Rao, who was the director for Spacecom as well as the core committee member for this project. And so Nitin presenting a memento, and so this is the one. So we had a nice time, and we briefed the chairman ISRO about that. Of course, they are all aware of it, and particularly he was very happy about how the platform. And actually, we asked ISRO to give some limited telemetry parameters through our payload, but they were not agreeing for it. Otherwise, that would have been very helpful for them to monitor the vehicle parameters. But we asked that it can be routed through our payload so that we can report to ISRO. But they were not willing to share that telemetry data. But when we briefed in, then they said, okay, because they showed a lot of interest now to use the platform as a commercial basis also. And then, so all the 4 photographs was clicked by Somu. So again, Somu also here, and the director himself said, so I will take the photo. So chairman is here, Dr. Shivan, and so all the core committee members of the AMSAT India we met in. So here, AMSAT India, really we thank ISRO for providing us this wonderful opportunity, and also to Farhan and Exit Space for the wonderful cooperation what we had. And this is the first forum. We got a full-fledged forum to explain to at least few of you what AMSAT India is doing. Okay, many people may not be knowing that what exactly, they think it's so simple, but it's not that easy. Since Farhan knows how difficult even to enter ISRO, getting a gate pass and going and coming out and interacting with the ISRO team. See, every detail we have to provide, whatever the cable, connector, it's not that easy. And now it is much more difficult because they streamline now. Now they started calling, ISRO started calling this platform as POEM. That is PSLV Orbital Experiment Module, POEM. So now it is like a commercial bed. If you want to put anything, so they charge you. So we got a free ride. And so definitely it was a time for us after meeting, coming out from ISRO headquarters. So we went to Sanjay Nagar in Bangalore. So we all just gone for a bottle of beer, except UV, Air Commander, you won't take anything. So we all had a nice time. And so that was the second project. And the present project, I just told you, now AMSAT India has partnered with Sri Jagadguru Chandra Shekhara Kanta Swamiji Institute, Chikbalapur, near Bangalore, about 60 kilometers. And we have designed a similar payload, APRS basically, but we have along with that an audio announcement and also SSTV images. So pre-recorded, pre-loaded images, and this is designed purely by our Upagram Radio Club members. So we designed it, and so now it's a different scenario because it went through in-space. Now we have the in-space, which is a body which is governing all the space activities in India. So now we have to go through them, and once if you go through a proper channel and as an official thing, everything has to be in writing, and they have their own specification. We have to meet to that demand, and so that is how. But somehow we could do it on and testing has been done. So now along with AMSAT India, Upagram Amateur Radio and Upagram Amateur Radio Club, that is a call sign is VU to URC, and SJC. Now we are calling this as a RP, this payload. So shortly you can receive the signals maybe another fortnight time. And already I told you, today it is sitting on the PSLV C60. Okay, it's already bolted. Yesterday it is bolted fastened to the platform, and the electrical checks have been done today. And so they got the telemetry, and the payload data is coming perfectly. And so the team from SJCIT, they are looking there. And most probably another 1 or 2 days they will come back to Bangalore. And already the package is handed over. Once it is fastened, it is done. So they have to come back.
Uplink, downlink frequencies for this?
It's 1.85. It's a standard for API. Yeah. So now you will have a set of about 10 to 12 images are going to get. And so AMSAT India's role in this particular project is the configuration. Again, we only configured it. And the license between IARU, WPC and ISRO, and then project reviews. So we were part of all the project reviews at different levels. And ground station design and installation support to the college. And ground station and online testing we did it. And user interface, AMSAT India is working out with the user interface globally. And of course, we have agreed to give the ground station support also for the college. Okay, so I have my station as well as breathing station, and maybe Ram can also think of extending his ground station. And anyone, we are all open to it. So we really invite and look forward if you can give the ground station support, at least to receive and send us the reception report. Okay. And so now vehicle, last week of the launch is the last week of December. So maybe this is going to come as a Christmas gift for all of us. And then vehicle is identified PSLV C60. And what we are asking, but it's a little difficult to get. Okay, because for them, what happens, the engine at this altitude, it calls for an extra manpower and all the resources. So that is the one problem. But without draining their resource too much or putting them under unwanted or anything, they are trying to work it out. Who knows, sometimes they may agree. Okay, so that's what, to make the proposal is not going to cost us, so we made the proposals. And so this is the one. So when it, for example, if it is around 25 degrees inclination, so 40 minutes of visibility the satellite is going to provide globally. And this is the orbital the footprints, which is not very clear here. And finally, we are not going to keep quiet or until we get a payload in the geostation orbit. We are going to pressurize and touch ISRO. So to get in an orbit, astronaut is a geostationary orbit. And this is, if at all, we are given an opportunity. So this payload in the geostationary orbit as an Indian amateur radio satellite service, that is what we wanted to call it. And then on a sustainable program, that means even after that a replacement has to go. So it has to be on a continual basis. And primarily to assist relief and rescue operations. This is the point always we put forth. Why? Because if you want to convince the government, this is the point. Because if you just tell it for hobby purpose, it will not take that importance. Yeah, yes. That actually with ITU we have to decide, because we have the orbital slot. See around anywhere between 77 to 100 we might get. Anyway, we have to file it with ITU and whichever slot we must satellite, because we have already our operational satellites which for the next 5 years already filed. Okay, so depending upon that. Yeah. GSAT 7 I have the UHF and that is for strategic purpose. 36,000 kilometers. And so for 30 degrees elevation, it's going to be about 38,000 kilometers range. Yeah. And for those around 60 degrees, it is going to be 36,000, so less by 2,000 kilometers, better signals both the ways. So geo platform, so AMSAT India keeping here, centered, and this is what we are planning to get the coverage. So almost except leaving this UK, most of the Europe will be within our reach, including Australia. So definitely we are going to have a beautiful window for a DX. So it is almost like a Q100. Q100 is here, but we are going to get towards India, but so we are going to get good coverage. Okay. And this, again, we are not asking ISRO as a dedicated free flying satellite. We want to have a payload exactly like Q100. Maybe on the operational satellite, a payload. So it is easy for them because housekeeping, everything, because already we will have everything. So all that we have to carry on payload and an antenna system for that. So that is what, again, so a 24/7 hand transponder during national calamities and disaster would mean a better and effective relief and rescue national resource. So it's going to help us a national resource for us and facilitate availability of more number, timely and very effective ham radio emergency network stations. So because now we are seeing a lot of cyclones, TV serial, every week there is one new cyclone is coming towards the south. So definitely this particular transponder is going to help, and this is going to help minimize the loss of life and damage to the property. And more than 50 countries across the Indian Ocean. There are so many countries there, and this can be used by anyone, the licensed amateurs. So this would be another effort in fulfilling Vikram Sarabhai's vision of taking fruits of Indian space program to the common man and to the societal needs. So this is how we are trying to put it. And initial thought of this payload, linear transponder, non-inverting Med5, and then narrowband modes like SSB, CW and PSK, and preferably 250 kilohertz allocated bandwidth, and expand downlink at 10.4 in the amateur radio services. And we are also thinking to have UHF. Morning somebody was telling it will become more popular. Yes, we are worked on the link budget calculations, but practically what is possible we will log off. And then again 2.4, but in that way it will help already the Q100 users in case if you want to switch over. So the same hardware can be used. So that is what we are keeping in mind. And ground segment, low cost receive hardware compressing satellite dish antenna, LNB, power injector and SDR. And of course need to develop low cost uplink system. Already I think Lamakaan and so many other people, individuals also doing that. So in that way, I think this is going to be feasible and possible. So all that, let us pray and wish that our proposal gets through, and certainly we will have our own satellite in the geostation area also. So the amateur radio, probably the second in the world to have a ham radio payload in the geostation platform. So thank you very much. And I thank Lamakaan, LAB 7, the organizing committee for including AMSAT India and giving us the opportunity, wonderful opportunity. Personally, Farhan was telling me morning, no, you have to take a, because earlier we planned for this presentation with the full audience here. And so, because they changed it to be like a discussion panel, so I couldn't get it, but Farhan saw that, he just told me that, no, you are going to get around by around 4 o'clock, we are going to make it. So somehow really I could make it. Thank you very much for your patient listening. So, so we all wish, we all pray that our proposal gets through. So thank you very much, and we seek all your help and support in this. And we are also planning AMSAT India a national level symposium exclusively on the satellite. So we would like to invite all the serious satellite chasers or maybe the users or the Q100, the LEO, everyone. So it's going to be a very serious business. Like in the deliberations, we want to have very serious symposium, and shortly we will have it in Bangalore. So we are working. So Nathan is out of station, so we are working on that. And as usual, so we are taking the full conference. Farhan will also be with us. And so thank you everyone. So thanks a lot, and really I'm happy. And thanks to Somu also, who accompanied me from Bangalore. And Somu's also JBA.
Question.
Yes, sir.
The life expected of the college project, Dubbadapur College project,
Yeah, that I wanted to tell. But unfortunately, not like the one what we got. That time, ISRO used to just leave the engines, particularly the lower rocket engines, just like that. Okay, it used to be there for 6 months, 1 year, 3 years, 4 years. And what now? Excuse me.
Boys, hello.
Now ISRO is very serious about the debris mitigation. Okay, so now India as a responsible country, we don't want to leave any debris in the space. All the lower orbit satellites, what we use, even the geostationary, we are bringing back to the atmosphere within about 1 or 1.5 months. So unfortunately, I have to use this word, this payload's life is not going to be for more than 1 month. But what gives the pain is the amount of efforts what we are putting. Again, this payload weighs about 700 grams. Okay, and it's a small built-in particular DC-DC converter within the box, and it just weighs about 700 grams. And but the effort, the amount of effort, we have been working with this stuff for almost 1 year now, and with the through in space. Too many people, too many problems, because there's another organization coming, and we have to provide all the details. Even now, I'm getting all the messages from in space. Okay, so I'm here. So every detail we have to provide to them. Where you purchase the connector, what is the connector, and the wires, and everything. Not like that what we have. It was actually, what through for us. We were Farhan, Nitin and all, used to come to my center like anything. Just like that, they will go all the CSM people were doing this.
So you walk there, you have machine desk, semiconductor came off. 9:30 o'clock. You order for some maintenance space soldering. Come and solder it, finish it by 1 a.m. And that night you will replace again. And it's difficult to get inside. It's like any startup. You can walk in their house, pick up equipment, work roads, bring it here, test it, etc. Actually, what we did this time, because Nitin couldn't come, was to run a complete parallel session like that's happening in that room there. Give up one room for satellite operations, which will be run by AMSAT India. Because we have today this is the third session on satellites. We've had one lower orbit satellite session, we had one Q100, we had their session, plus that rotator was there, right? So if you see, 50% of our programming is about satellites. But what we want to do now is, for next year, we have one room dedicated, completely connected to AMSAT India, which would run the forum from morning to evening, at least one whole day they should run. So that we have 7-8 presentations, people can, for example, I can talk about the dedicated transporter which we have done. It's very interesting, very small, very compact. And others can, also, for example, Abhendra's incredible speed, so many antennas. He can speak for 3 hours on this one. Low orbit satellite antennas, etc. That tiny GS ground station which we have done at Gamsuri, so stuff. Next year we hope that it's not just being one session. One talk or whatever, we'll have a complete day long AMSAT forums running parallel to these sessions.
Yeah, that would be a great idea. Really, this is a fantastic idea to take it. Because morning also I was just telling, people get confused with what to attend. Because maybe you look at different session. So it's a very good suggestion. And AMSAT India would like to take it up this opportunity so that we can have a separate forum, the same Lamakaan annually. All the interested people on the satellite can attend. And we will also, try to have many topics in that one day. So we will have it. And so with this, so we are looking forward for a very bright dawn for Indian amateur radio satellite service. So thank you very much. And once again, thanks to the Lamakaan Amateur Radio Annual Radio Convention Organizing Committee for giving us a wonderful opportunity to represent ourselves. All of a wonderful evening, and we will also be here tomorrow. And so whatever we want, we can exchange the ideas, views, and all that. So thank you, Farhan. Thanks a lot.
Many years ago, we organized a visit to India and a lot of fans from Chennai and Bangalore also accompanied us. And EXP was also there.
arrange, a couple of visits now, to Sri Harikota and also to ISPRAC, and we have a deep state network visit in Bangalore. So certainly I can arrange that. Thank you, Ram. Thank you. The one which we launched last year, about 9 ago, this last stage is going to be space for total orbit because it will launch into orbit like 600 kilometers. Highly elliptical for robot. The requirement was that if you would have put this payload in that, just imagine this payload is going to work and coverage and the visibility, everything. But the problem for them is, having the battery, and a separate people has to be identified and machine profile has to be worked out for the post-launch operations. So, but definitely it's possible. What do you think whether they will take it or not? That is the point. We can provide some. Sure.